to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not
Value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Discussing and also to guide us in all the work we do for the girls. Make them the best girls, make them take better decisions, make them take decisions that will improve their lives. I've prayed all this in the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful. Amen.
Thank you very much, Salma. That was a wonderful prayer. And when you talk about the young girls, we are all here because we love the girl child. Though we are also saying we are not leaving the boys behind, but we prioritize the girls. We are going to start out by introducing ourselves. Myself, I'm Joyce Nakato. I work with Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum. I'm a program officer, and I have a lot of passion when it comes to girls. I like seeing girls who are healthy, girls who can make their decisions, well-informed and healthy decisions, and they can decide on what to do when it comes to their lives. Thank you very much. I'm going to you introduce yourself, then can you just tell us what you love about the girl child? Or what do you feel about today? When you see the theme, when you hear the title, what do you feel about today?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Aromorach Fancy Sheila. I am a young girl who I think is growing. So what I essentially love about girls is we actually have the most power. We are daring. We are very creative. We are passionate about what we do, and we are full of detail. And the fact, today's theme, what I love about today's theme is that there is actually a conversation even after the actual commemoration of the Day of the Girl Child. So yeah, that is it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Then I'll go to Salma.
Good morning once again. My name is Salma Babu. I'm the regional coordinator at Sierra VPF. Sierra VPF is Children's Rights and Violence Prevention Fund. We are a grant-making organization and a capacity-building organization. I work as the coordinator for the Adolescent Girls Power Program at Sierra VPF. One thing I like about girls is I know girls are very powerful. Thank you.
Girls are powerful. Thank you very much, Salma.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nixon Ochatre. I am the coordinator for Girls Not Brides Northern Uganda. I'm also the team leader at a man initiative based in West Nile. What I love about girls and know about girls, girls are strong, and if you make them do something, they're able to do more than you can think. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixon. Girls are strong. I love that.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Herbert Wandera. I work for Child Rights Empowerment and Environment Organization. We are members of Girls Not Brides, and we are the coordinators in the Midwestern region. And I'm passionate about working with, adolescents and young people. I love seeing an empowered girl because I want them, to get their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Girls need attention. Okay. I would request, as we are introducing ourselves, because we are already doing the social distancing, let's put our masks down so that we can be able to hear ourselves.
Good morning. I'm Joanie Tanaluvega Vanunji, and I work with Clark International University. I lead administration for...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Idepi Sandra from Tororo. I represent girls in Tororo district, and I'm passionate about girls. And also what I know about girls, they are determined and they're ready to achieve anything if given support. Thank you.
Thank you for representing Tororo. Tororo is in the house.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Nanyange. I'm the National Program Coordinator for the Part Youth Program. Our program really focuses on amplifying the voices of young people, especially the adolescent girls and young women. So that's why we are very interested in this. Yeah.
Thank you very much for honoring our invitation, Diana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Komuhangi. I work as a programs manager with EAC. EAC is the East African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the advancement of women. And we are also Partner C on the Power to Youth program. And as an organization, working with women and girls is our core element. So I believe I'm in a very right place today, and I'm also excited to be part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you for the love for the girls and the women in your organization.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm called Dennis Mwendo, and I coordinate programs in Teens Uganda. What I love about the girl child is that the girl child builds the nation. So that's one thing I like about the girl child. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Haruna Musa. I work with the Uganda Youth and Adolescents Health Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa, for being part of us. I would also request that people in the systems, we can also get to know the people that
Hi, morning. I'm Latifa Mirembe. I'm with Met Media.
Media house. So everybody who is in the room, please feel yourself comfortable. Please. Okay. So what we are going to do to the friends who are online, I'm going to invite our executive director, Patrick, so that he gives us the opening remarks for this event. Then we can also be able to move forward as far as our programs are concerned. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. When I say she decides, you say she decides. She decides? She decides? Yeah, I think since I'm well social distanced, I could get off my mask. Good morning once again. My name is Patrick Mesije, and I work for the Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum as the director. And I'm also proud to note that I'm one of the global champions for the She Decides Global Movement, and also sitting at the She Decides Global Decision-Making Body, but also one of the many other activists in the country that have been pushing for the She Decides agenda and the advancement of the rights of women and girls. We would like to take the pleasure to welcome all of you to this event. We know that many other people will be joining us, and there's also those who are already online, following online, to benefit from the conversations of this activity. So, like most of you are aware, Uganda, like a couple of other countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Senegal, Ghana, South Africa, has got a She Decides local movement. And the movement is made up by different organizations of young people, women and girls, men and boys, policy-related groups, politicians, and others who make up the movement. And the overall goal of a movement is to provide an opportunity for women and girls to be able to decide about their bodies, about their health, about their well-being, and to also talk about those conversations that are regularly not talked about, when it comes to the fundamental reproductive rights of women and girls. Speak to things like family planning, speak to things like safe abortion, ending sexual and gender-based violence, sexuality education, and many others. Those are topics that we always want to bring into perspective and context. But for today, particularly, we are, building on the momentum from the International Day of the Girl, which was celebrated this month. And like many of you are aware, the theme or the focus of the conversations for the International Day of the Girl this time has been around technology, digitization, the internet, linking all that to women and girls, creating opportunities for women and girls to benefit from the benefits of the digital revolution, the benefits of the technological revolution. Like many of you are aware, the internet is no longer the future. Actually, we cannot even call it the present anymore, but it's both the past, it's the present, and it's the future. It's everything. Like you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you take a shower. There are those essentials that you need and you must do. And same applies to the internet now. Whether it is for health, whether it is for education, whether it is for climate change, whether it is for, income generation, work, environment, we need the internet. And looking at the inequalities that exist within our societies and how these inequalities affect women and girls and how the internet is trying to bridge the inequality gap, then we need to provide opportunities where women and girls, especially vulnerable adolescent girls and young women, can have access to technology, can have access to the internet, can be part of the digital revolution in all our work, ensuring they have access to smartphones, they have access to internet, they have the ability to use the available technology to create jobs for themselves, to access essential information, including about their health. Like now schools are closed, and we know that some schools and some universities have opted for virtual learning. But where does this leave our girls and young women from poor and vulnerable populations upcountry, and also the young boys as well, those from poor and vulnerable populations? But we know that that inequality largely affects women and girls. So we have decided to use the momentum of the She Decides movement, because the She Decides movement literally stands for those fundamental rights of women and girls, the respect of the rights of women and girls. So we want to see how do we utilize that momentum and link it to technology and link it to digitization. And that is why we are here today. Whether we are many or not, I'm sure that we're going to have incredible conversations. I would like to particularly appreciate some of our partners like Girls Not Brides Uganda. Members of Girls Not Brides Uganda, you can wave to us here. Thank you for joining and being part of this. We have our partners from Power to Youth Uganda. You can also wave to us here. We have some incredible young women and young girls who are going to be taking us through some really amazing entertainment, poetry, dances, creative dances with messages around women and girls. And we're also going to be watching some video that links digitization and women and girls. So we are super excited about today and all the conversations that we are going to have. And I would like to appreciate all of you for joining us. And I'm sure that before you leave this place, you're going to be energized. You're going to be pumped up, you know, to go back to the work that you've been doing and even do it much more when it comes to advancing the rights of women and girls. I want to thank all our partners that have come from out of the city. I see Nixon there from Amani Initiative, who are doing a lot of amazing work in the West Nile. We have some of our participants from Busia and Tororo and others, and those who are online watching us. So I think without wasting much of your time, I want to thank you, and I want to welcome you once again to this event. Have fun. This is about us, because we are a movement. It's not about UAF. It's not about Girls Not Brides alone. It's not about Party Youth alone. It's not about Plan International alone. It's not about Ministry of Gender alone. But it's about us. Because a movement is not an organization, right? A movement is not a project. A movement is not a program. A movement is people, you know. It's a group of organized people who have a well-defined vision, and they are very determined at whatever cost to achieve that vision. And that's what we are as the She Decides local movement for Uganda. Thank you very much. And let me hand over this back to Joyce. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm giving you a minute so that you are ready. But to our friends who are online, we really appreciate that you are there. And now we are waiting in for the entertainment group to give us some entertainment as we celebrate the Post-International Day. Please come in. Okay, we are going to start with our entertainment, and yeah, I'm already seeing the mood. Just be ready to be happy. Just be ready to enjoy the entertainment. Just by the dress code of the team that is coming in, I'm already excited, so I can't wait to see what is going on. I also want to inform you that if your car is UBD 805A, number plate UBD 805A, please go out, and your car needs some attention.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Narukarana Tavia Maria, and I'm from Zambia in Mobiru Zone. Our group is called Heart of Dance African Rhythm. It is founded in Zambia, and we come together as youths and children to promote our talents and sustainability. Thank you.
Hello. Wow. Wow. Wow, that was really very nice. Thank you very much to our entertainment group. Can we give a very big hand clap to our young girls who have been entertaining us? Thank you very much, Insambia team, for that entertainment and making us very comfortable. Without spending more of our time and the time for everybody who is here, what we are going to do, I'm going to call upon Dr. Richard Asaba from Makerere School of Women and Gender to give us an overview of the status of the girls in Uganda. Dr. Asaba is going to make his presentation while online. He has not been able to make it physical here, but he'll be able to be with us virtually, and I want to call upon Dr. Asaba to please share with us what you have prepared for us. As you look at the program, to everybody who has the program, Dr. Saba is going to give us the overview of the status of the girls in Uganda. We are scanning the Ugandan policy, the legal and social environment regarding girls' access to essential health care, education, and protection of services in the face of COVID, and how digital revolution could be utilized to achieve gender equality and dignity for the girls. So we are waiting in for Dr. to share a presentation in that regard. I just want to confirm with my team that is online if Dr. Richard is ready to make his presentation. Dr. Richard, if you are ready, just feel free to unmute and make your presentation. Just remind ourselves, today we are celebrating the Post-International Day of the Girl Child, and we are having a She Decides open house where we are giving an opportunity to the girls to make choices about their lives, but informed choices. And we are also, the theme today is digital generation. Our generation, positioning the adolescent girls and young women in Uganda to reap from the benefits of the digital revolution. Yeah, I'm seeing the presentation for Dr. Richard up there, and this makes me feel comfortable that Dr. Richard is ready to continue with his presentation. Dr. Richard, are you ready? Unless when I hear something from you, then I'll be able to hand over the mic. I want to spare this time for you so that you can be able to make your presentation on behalf of Makerere School of Women and Gender. And when we talk about the She Decides, we are giving the opportunity to the young girls, so we want to be sure of the status for these young girls in the country at large, but also to call upon the partners, the stakeholders, the policymakers, the parents, the young people, the CSOs, so that they are able to. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, doctor?
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
I
doctor.
am very happy to be here or to be with you virtually on this event. I've already been introduced, and we worked on this together with my colleague, Dr. Vicky Namugala. I work in the School of Women and Gender Studies in Makerere University. And my task today is to talk about the status of the girl child in Uganda, the impacts of COVID-19, and how the digital revolution can empower girls in Uganda. Briefly, I will introduce my presentation talk about the policy and legal provisions, the social environment for girls, with focus on two essential sectors, that is health and education, the impact of COVID-19, which many of us know already, but just a few areas for us to be aware of, and the digital revolution and how it can ensure it can be used to bring about gender equality and improve the dignity of girls. We all know that women and girls constitute the majority of the population in Uganda. That's about 51%. But we also know that despite being a disadvantaged group, girls are change makers. They are driving growth globally. And I picked this partly from the concept of today's event. And therefore, they need to address the key challenges that girls face, especially in the key sectors and in technology, is very critical. So technology is not only, it is crucial to advance the girls' health, their well-being, and their education, but also work, activism, and leadership, especially in this era of COVID-19. And the empowerment of these girls generally is crucial for the sustainable development of our country. Of course, this takes into account the issues to do with the economy, equality, and all those other aspects of sustainable development. Briefly, I'll talk about the policy. I was tasked to talk about the policy for girls. We all know that the Constitution of Uganda provides for the equality of women and men, and therefore boys and girls. And it outlaws, among others, the traditional practices that denigrate women and girls. It provides for empowerment of women and girls, and it also provides for the protection and the care of children. We also have the National Child Policy that upholds children or girls' rights and seeks their protection from all forms of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence. It also recognizes the critical importance of ensuring children's four cardinal rights, that is survival, development, protection, and participation, through well-built and coordinated protection systems. And it also calls for technology-based learning and supports the use of technology to improve the welfare of children and girls. We also have the Children's Act, as amended, that stipulates protection of children from all forms of violence, corporal punishment, etc. We also have a number of laws like the Penal Code that puts in place punishments for abusers of our girls, and the national strategy to end child marriage and teenage pregnancy, among others. So the policy framework in Uganda is very clear. It provides for the protection of women and girls, and among others, their access to technology. Now, I'll move on to the social environment. This is another area where I was tasked to talk about, today. We know that in terms of health, there are a number of issues that are affecting our girls. And this is important for us because today we are celebrating the girl child. So we need to talk about the social environment, their access to health, or their health status. And we know that early sexual activity is high among adolescents in Uganda before the age of 15. And many of our girls have had first sexual intercourse, their first encounters, due to coercion or simply violence. And the figures indicate that 1 in 4 girls aged 13 to 17 years who have ever had sex say their first intercourse was unwanted. That is, they were either forced, they were pressured, they were tricked, or threatened. And girls' lack of access to sexual and reproductive health care is also visible. It is clear in Uganda, including contraceptive use and family planning. And there is also limited comprehensive sexuality education that would have actually improved the health of our girls. And we know all these are due to a number of gender roles and norms and practices in many of our societies that actually limit, for example, girls' access to sexuality education. It is more of, you cannot talk about it. It is culturally inappropriate, and we have a number of taboos, among others. Now, we also know that 1 in every 4 adolescent girls, aged 15 to 19, has actually begun childbearing. So this is according to the figures we have for 2017, not so long ago. And we also know that this is due to the cultural practices that I've talked.
To the friends who are in the house, we apologize for the technical issues that are going on. They're working around it. But yeah, the people who are online, they are listening in to Doctor. And we are just having a few issues here. But yeah, they are working on towards that to ensure that they can handle. Number plate UBJ 633Z.
Especially in UPE. But again, we have some challenges that a number of children, especially girls, are dropping off. Number of our schools. So, and this violence is affecting many of our girls. Bullying is common in schools, and it affects girls in many ways. There is bullying also associated with menses or menstruation, and then sexual violence perpetrated by teachers, by strangers. As these girls are moving to school, they are actually sexually harassed in various ways. And we also know that in terms of physical violence, 90% of the cases of physical violence, according to a study that was done by the Ministry of Gender around 2015, 90% of these cases were perpetrated by teachers. And of course, physical violence affects girls. Now, briefly, that is about education, the issues affecting the girl child in education. I will go to the impact of COVID-19 on the girl child in Uganda. We all know that globally, COVID-19 has affected many adolescent girls. 98 million girls were not in school before COVID, and it is feared that this could have increased further because of COVID, because many adolescent girls were adversely affected. The closure of schools in Uganda has led to increased pregnancy. We all know that due to the lockdown that was imposed first in March 2020, between now and then, a number of our girls have gotten pregnant due to sexual violence, of course, by relatives, by strangers, transactional sex, okay? Up to 2,372 girls became pregnant in the districts of Kitgum, Ngora, Chegegwa, Kasese, and Liantonde in 2020 alone. But a number of studies have been done which actually show that many, many more girls have gotten pregnant. Girls are being overburdened by these reproductive tasks at home, washing utensils, cleaning, cooking, okay? The burden falls almost entirely on the girls. And early childhood marriage has continued. It has worsened because of COVID-19, caused by poverty and a number of other factors, which we have discussed. And gender-based violence has also increased because this violence, even among the parents, is affecting the girl child negatively. And we fear that there are going to be more dropouts of these children, of the girls, when schools open. And the number of other health challenges due to COVID-19, like limited access to health services, increased abortions and termination of pregnancies, because many of these early pregnancies are unwanted. So the girls either try to terminate them or their parents. And many girls now have mental health problems, especially stress, staying at home for too long, not accessing any education, any counseling. So all these are factors that are affecting the girl child in Uganda due to COVID-19. But very importantly, COVID-19 has widened the gender divide. Connectivity is a problem for girls. We have online safety issues, cyber violence, cyber harassment and abuse. Access to internet is difficult, especially at home. It was already difficult before COVID-19, but it is now worse. And because of that, many girls are not studying. They are not going to school. They don't have access to education because of limited access to ICTs, laptops, phones, internet. So in many schools, actual attendance has dropped. Online attendance is very low compared to when they have physical studies. So I think it has dropped by 50% or less. So many girls are not actually studying, although the online technologies are being used. So these technologies are for the privileged girls. So more interventions are needed, targeting, of course, technology, the education and health needs of girls caused by COVID-19. Now, as I conclude, I want to talk about this digital revolution. This increased interaction between society and technology and how it can actually empower. It can lead to gender equality and dignity for girls. We know that access to ICTs is essential for political, social, and economic development. But because of gender inequality, the benefits of ICT are not equal. They are not being enjoyed by both boys and girls. And it is worse for women and girls in developing countries, according to the UN Women and other agencies. So inadequate access to ICTs, ladies and gentlemen, denies girls the potential for change and achievement through the use of these technologies. Some of you want to call it empowerment, but these technologies lead to so many changes, socially, economically, and politically. And increased access to ICTs, the computers, the internet, provides or improves girls' access to information. We have these challenges related to health and education. If we can improve their access to ICTs, phones, even radios. The government had promised earlier to provide radios to every household. I think this somehow would have increased access to ICTs, but this didn't happen. So not many households can afford internet, computers, and phones, but if we have these, they can improve girls' access to information. Even the radios on health, on education, reproductive issues, okay? So this has not happened, especially now in the era of COVID-19 for many girls in Uganda. But a mobile phone, a laptop, internet, we know the value that this can bring in terms of access to all forms of information that can be empowering for our girls. Now, ICTs are also essential for bridging the gaps in this sector of education, especially with this new normal. I've talked about online teaching, especially in developing countries, okay? Many girls are not studying because they do not have access to ICTs. So improving access to these ICTs, especially internet, compatible technologies, or feminist technologies, as they are sometimes called, can bridge the gap in access to education. Because all these challenges we are facing can be limited if we improve girls' access to these ICTs. So education, bridging the gap in access to education can be achieved through access to ICTs. Then ICTs can also empower girls in many ways. Training, access to training. There are a number of trainings that are going on now. But these trainings are being conducted through ICTs, through the internet, through the use of these gadgets. But we have also seen that ICTs are also economically empowering. They can empower our girls. We know there are many girls who don't have guardians or parents, who are the breadwinners in their households. So they have used, or they can use these phones for their economic empowerment, to improve their business, access to clients here and there, marketing their products. I have seen a rise in the use of ICTs for marketing in Uganda in this era of COVID-19. And some women are using them productively. So you don't have to hire a shop expensively. You can do all your business online. So if we can do this for our girls as well, who are the breadwinners, or their parents, the benefits can trickle down to the entire Ugandan society. So briefly, this is what I wanted to talk about. I thank the organizers, and I really pray that we can have more of such events that are very important for the empowerment of the girl child in Uganda. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yes, doctor?
Hello?
Yes, doctor? We are here and we've been hearing you so well. Thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you for giving us an overview about the girl child and when it comes to digital revolution. When you talk about ICT, I hear you loud and clear, and thank you very much for that presentation. So, without spending so more of our time, what we are going to do now, Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum prepared some videos that we are going to watch now. So what we are going to do now, we are going to watch a video, but I would also request if you have any questions or feedback to Doctor, you can just write a sheet, then I'll be able to share any remarks or any questions to Doctor. But thank you very much, Doctor, for that wonderful presentation. The video, I would call upon the UAF team. Please, the communication team. Hope the video is ready for the audience to watch, but also draw some lessons about what is going on in the different communities where we operate, as well as brainstorming on the advocacy issues and recommendations that we can put further to our policymakers. To our colleagues online, we are going to be watching a video in regard to our theme for today, but also to know what happens in the communities as the young girls from the communities where we work are sharing their experiences.
Technology gives us opportunities to express ourselves.
I think girls should engage in technology because it's something good, something that can add value to their lives.
If you do technology, it can be easier to create your own job.
Girls, we were minimized, as in we were always left behind, only because we are not used to the things of technology.
The reason as to why girls need technology, because we all have the potential to do technology.
I think we shall make the world a better place.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a brief video, but really showing us about the digital platforms and how the young people are recommending or showing the importance of to why IT is very important for us all. So we are going to be breaking off for break, and I would request the break to be as we have very few people in the audience here, so it is going to take us as just like 20 minutes, we shall all be back here so that we can be able to have the panel discussions. I want to call upon our panelists to be ready for the next presentations. But yes, let's break off for break. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best as you enjoy your breakfast. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. We are making some few corrections because we want to be able to catch up with the time. So I'm going to call upon the entertainment group to come and do a brief presentation. Then after we shall have the panel discussions before we go on to anything else. So the entertainment team, please come and entertain us. But also I'm calling upon the panelists. We have Carol. Carol will be joining us online. We shall be having Nora. We shall be having Herbert. We shall be having Nixon. Please prepare as we wait on for the entertainment team to join us. The young girls are coming, so let's give them some attention as they are joining us right now. The entertainment will take us not more than 10 minutes, but we also want to use this opportunity to make sure that all our panelists are ready. The moderator is ready. So after the entertainment, we shall be having our panel discussions.
Ekiri mu ggulu. Bannayuganda leero ntuuse ndabira wa kambuuze muli mutya eyo. Bannayuganda leero ntuuse ndabira wa kambuuze muli mutya eyo. Naye abange musula mutya yeera. Abange mwatuuse dda. Bebaluwa b'empita b'emikwano muliwa. Bebaluwa b'empita b'emikwano muliwa. Abakyala bamuno ab'emikwano muliwa. Abakyala bamuno ab'emikwano muliwa. Abaami bamuno ab'ebitiibwa muliwa. Maama baami bamuno ab'ebitiibwa muliwa. Ssentebe w'ekyalo n'abakakiiko mwatudde dda. Ssentebe w'ekyalo n'abakakiiko mwatudde dda. wabula nasubwa luno tunamutenda omwoyo wabula nasubwa luno tunamutenda omwoyo twakedde mu kirongo twisobola okujja twakedde mu kirongo kati nno kamutuule twogere ebiwooma kati nno kamutuule maama twogere ebiwooma n'abatamanya bulijjo bamanye ebintu ebyali n'abatamanya bulijjo bamanye ebintu ebyali era tweweeyo tukyayibwe olw'obulungi bw'eggwanga tweweeyo tukyayibwe olw'obulungi bw'eggwanga kati nno kamutuule maama twogere ebiwooma kati nno kamutuule naye bannange ensonga z'omwana tuzikwatire wamu ffenna mu Uganda yaffe lwaleero ddala tutule naye bannange ensonga z'abaana tuzikwatire wamu ffenna mu Uganda yaffe olwaleero ddala tutule bajjajja basooka bakuza bulungi abaana nga balina empisa mwabaleero muli mu betingi bajjajja basooka bakuza bulungi abaana nga balina empisa mwabaleero muli mu betingi omusajja okwata otya omwana gw'ozaala bannange ekigambo kya nnaku naye temuswala agasajja ga luno omusajja okwata otya omwana gw'ozaala bannange ekigambo kya nnaku naye temuswala agasajja ga luno kati omusomesa asomesa omwana nga gwasomesa munna ali ku Facebook balaba bya buseegu gwe naffe ddala tutule asomesa omwana nga gwasomesa munna nga ali ku WhatsApp balaba bya buseegu era abazadde mweyawula ate nga muyina abaana olwo tubeere nani banaffe tuli byewaffe emmere yose etaaga nnyabo gwe gyonnangira buli lukya n'otenda omululu nebuuza ontendeze kyekyo tuteeseze wamu kati nno bannange kambabulire kati nno bannange kambabulire kati nno bannange kambabulire kati nno bannange kambabulire juzi nawulira obuswavu baana bassebo juzi nawulira obuswavu baana bassebo olw'omulirwana omukyalo oyo gwe mmanyi olw'omulirwana omukyalo oyo gwe mmanyi ne muwala we nakigwe mbabulira muwala we nakigwe mbabulira muwala wa myaka 17 muwala wa myaka 17 mama w'emyaka atambuza gina 5 mama w'emyaka atambuza gina 5 ffenna bannange kyatubuukako kubukedde wenkeera nakyaliko bukedde wenkeera nakyaliko ku fulonta peegi ne mama we si bonna kataliko enfuufu gabalaga gabalwanira omusajja ennabugabo wabukete be bambadde bukuma eno mpigi mumuleete oyo mumuleete kaba mumuleete mumuleete aje mumuleete oyo mumuleete 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 aje ensonga ozuulidde gwe ebigambo bitegeddeera ebigambo biwulidde ssebo ebigambo bitegedde aye balamusiza namwe obitegedde kabanda oyo Kabanda, Kabayo. Wamba bana bange mwebale, wewaoba, tweyanziza tweyanze. Wamba bana bange mwebale, tweyanziza tweyanze. Mabana bange mwebale, tweyanziza nzensimye. Ndowooza bazadde mubiwulidde, ebigambo ebikulu bye tubagambye. Ndowooza bazadde mubitegedde, ebigambo ebikulu bye tubagamba. Omuntu omukulu ow'ekitiibwa n'onaku mwana omuto buno. Omuntu omukulu ow'ekitiibwa naku mwana obutanneetuuka. Maama ne taata b'eŋŋamba amazima ddala muswaluze. Maama ne taata b'eŋŋamba amazima ddala muswaluze. Ensi yonna yonna ebalabye mazima ddala muswaluze. Ensi yonna yonna ebalabye amazima ddala muswaluze. Wulira ŋŋamba kano gashuga mami nga kw'otadde ne gashuga dadi. Ŋŋamba kano gashuga mami nga kw'otadde ne gashuga dadi. Aganayiza obwana obuto buno wowe kubamiranga. Aganayiza obwana obuto buno wowe kubamiranga. Walalala banange kitalo nnyo banange kizibu ddala. Walalala banange banange. Walalala banange banange. Abange kyemmanyi nsomesezza munaabikwata nga tuli wamu eggwanga tunaalikyusa. Abange kyemmanyi nsomesezza munaabikwata nga tuli wamu eggwanga tunaalikyusa. Walalala. Abange kyemmanyi nsomesezza munaabikwata nga tuli wamu eggwanga tunaalikyusa. Tweyanziza nga mbasiibula ŋŋenda tuliddamu olundi ŋŋenda Masaka ewaffe ew'omutali. Nga mbasiibula ŋŋenda tuliddamu olundi ŋŋenda Masaka ewaffe ew'omutanda. Whoa, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, Muhammadu Rasulullah. Maulana. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, Muhammadu Rasulullah. Tumutende, tumutende, tumutende. Mona fera bogera netsime. We. Wololo. Oh. Ma. Tweyanziza tweyanze.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are still in good morning. Where do we pass? Okay. So my name is Hope Nankunda, and I lead a team at Raising Teenagers Uganda. Raising Teenagers works in the Central Region and other parts of the country. But I also coordinate the Girls Not Brides Uganda National Alliance in the Central Region. And I have the honor to moderate this session that is coming next according to our program. I am going to invite my people that are coming here to join me. This specific program is on presenting the outcomes and recommendations from Girls Not Brides Uganda and Power to Youth International Day of the Girl Child regional activities. Girls Not Brides Uganda is a network that comprises of over 100 organizations, and these are located in different parts of the country. And during the IDGC season, all the regions are doing different activities in the different parts of the country. And today, or at this hour, we have the honor to listen to the regional coordinators, to some of the representatives of the regional coordinators that are here with us, as they share with us what they found in different regions, especially on issues affecting girls and young women. And then we see how to come up with the right recommendations, which they also have and they'll present. And then we go forward. So I want to invite one of the presenters, who is the Western Region Coordinator, Carol Owashala, is not in the room, but she's joining us via Zoom. So she'll be making her presentation online. I want to invite a representative for the Midwestern region. That is Wandera Habat, representing Mr. Biabaseja Abdallah, who is the regional coordinator. And he's from Sedo, Uganda. You're welcome, Habat. I'm now going to invite Mr. Nixon Ochatre. He is our regional coordinator for the West Nile and Northern region. And he leads a team at Amani Initiative. He also definitely has a lot to share coming from the Northern region. I'm going to have a representative speaking about Power to Youth Uganda, and that will be Nora from UAF. I also have Joyce joining us, right? Yeah, Joyce and Nora, you'll be coming. Okay, let's have another chair. I can help you from here. So as we share, we are going to focus on the challenges that are facing young people in those regions, and also the recommendations. How can those challenges be addressed? I don't know if Carol is online already. Is she there to start? If Carol is not ready, we can start with Northern region. Nixon Ochatri, please come in.
Thank you very much, Hope, for the opportunity. Greetings to the people watching me online, as well as the team with us here at Motive. My name is Nixon Ochatre. I'm the regional coordinator for Girls Not Brides representing Northern Uganda. I'm also the team leader at a man initiative based in West Nile. Maybe just to provide a preamble of what we shall be presenting, as you all know, on the 11th of October every year is the day the world comes together to celebrate, to inspire, but also advocate for the purpose of the girl child. So as Girls Not Brides, on the same day in northern Uganda, I led a team of member organizations, 10 of them, who joined us in Apache district, Fon Lango sub-region. So the purpose of us choosing Lango sub-region was because we know that during COVID period, girls across Uganda and across the world have had very many challenges. But we saw it was as part of northern Uganda to go to Apache. But within the same spirit, we had related activities in West Nile sub-region, in Karamoja sub-region, in Acholi, but as well as Lango. But for the purpose of my presentation, I'll be focusing on what happened in Lango sub-region. Prior to that day on 11th of October, we undertook a needs assessment where we engaged girls within the region for 1 week to basically identify the issues they've been facing, the challenges they're facing, because we saw it wise that we may not be the experts in the challenges that girls face or in the opportunities they have. So we engaged girls within the community to identify some of the key challenges that I'll be sharing with us here. Some of the challenges, I think it was very wide in the papers. We heard about the issue of over 23,000 girls getting pregnant during COVID-19 in just Lango sub-region, so which prompted us to move into that community. One key issue they raised was the issue of limited access to SRHR services and information during COVID period. For most of them, especially those in the grassroots, in the rural communities, they were not able to access those services, mainly because of transportation, but also some of the services required for them to pay for them. So which made it very hard for them to do what? To access them. But also, girls raised an issue whereby there was limited opportunities for girls to take part in leadership positions, but as well as women. We saw it by us being in the communities whereby all the leaders from the LC1 to the MPs who attended, all of them were male. So girls raised an issue that they didn't have mentors to look up to. They didn't have platforms to present their issues. So that's a challenge which they also raised during the event. One other challenge was also around technology. Yes, our theme was mainly focusing on technology. But the access to the technology itself was a problem. Sometimes because of literacy, there was a high rate of digital literacy amongst the girls in Lango sub-region. No matter, even though there's literacy engaged to them, most of them can't afford either the smartphones or laptops to use to access this technology. And for those who access them, the cost of maintaining them is high. For instance, yes, we are promoting using technology, but when the government is increasing tax to 12% to internet, how do you expect them to use the technology that's supposed to help them to move on with their life? So but also, another issue which they raised was the issue of the high teenage pregnancy within the communities. Right now in Lango sub-region, there are very many construction projects happening at the moment. And as you all know, wherever there's construction, there is idle men or people who are just around, casual workers. And given the fact that schools are closed, it has exposed many girls within the region to potential risk of engaging in sexual relationships. So, which is reason to why the issue of more than 23,000 girls becoming pregnant comes up in Lango sub-region, mainly because of the various construction projects that are happening within the district. These issues were presented as a paper to different leaders who attend the event. We had the area MP was around. We had the LC1, we had CSOs joining us for that day. So they raised 5 key recommendations that we picked out as Girls Not Brides that we want to act upon and also present here. The first recommendation was around us putting in place deliberate actions
to mobilize and motivate girls and women to take up leadership positions. It may start at school level, because once a girl is in leadership position, they're more empowered themselves, but they also provide a platform to mentor other girls out there. So they requested that there are deliberate actions from CSOs, from the government, even from the parents and schools, to ensure that girls are taking up leadership positions. But not only just girls, even women in the communities, because they need to see role models around them. As I've said, at the event from the LC1 to the area MP, everyone was a man. It was hard for us to identify a lady to do what? To be a source of mentorship to the girls in the communities. The second recommendation was around allocating of effective budgets, focusing on adolescent sexual and reproductive health information and services. They mentioned that most of the information and services are within the urban settings, urban communities. That's where they can access them. But if you go deeper into the villages or deep in rural communities, it is hard for them to access this information. So the request is that CSOs, the government, the district, deliberately allocates resources at the different health centers at the community level. As you know, that health center too is usually the nearest health center to the girls in the communities. I myself was able to visit most of those health centers. When you go there, there's no service, there's no health, there's no what? Platform for them to access this information. So they request us to ensure that in our drive to promote SRH, we should think about the lowest structure in the community that they can access. That's usually the health center tools. So we need to think about that as part of our efforts to promote SRH services and information. The third objective was around increase in investment and policies to promote digital literacy and access and use of technology. 2014 census indicated in my village where I work, whereby access to phones, less than men had 47.8% have a phone, and women had only 24.9%. So look at that big gap. Most of us are putting up toll-free lines, 116. UAF has a platform for promoting technology. But if at all the intended users don't have the phones to access them, we shall not be able to achieve the results. And even if they have the phones, if they don't know how to use them, then we can achieve those results. So they're requesting us to invest in promoting technology. The government has put up computer. I think one of the things they can pick in senior 6 is computer lessons. But if you go to most of our schools, there are no computers to ensure that they're able to use them. So they're requesting us to invest in technology, both the literacy and the services, but also the taxes around internet should be reduced. The fourth recommendation is around monitoring and supervision around construction projects. As I've mentioned, in Lango sub-region, they are doing a lot of constructions, and this usually increases the risk of girls being either defiled or even engaging in relationships out of need. So we need to supervise these projects. We need to train the people who work in those projects to ensure that they understand the implications of defiling or abusing girls. Lastly, the last recommendation was that the need for us to work as a team if we need to achieve the results or objectives of fighting against child marriage and teenage pregnancy. So basically, that's all we picked from northern Uganda, and our plan as Girls Not Brides is to see how to work on these action points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nixon. That's information from the northern Uganda, and it's indeed very clear. We are now going to go to Bunyoro, and that is Midwestern. Herbert, let's hear what came from Masindi and your region.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. I want to say I'm Wandera Herbert, and I work for Child Rights Empowerment and Development Organization. We are members of Girls Not Brides Uganda Alliance, and we are the chair. We are the coordinators for the Midwestern region, And Mr. Abdallah, who is not here, I'm the best person to fit in his shoes. And as the previous speakers put it right, that on October 11th, the world comes together to celebrate or to commemorate the International Day of a Girl Child. This time in Midwestern region, we had around 8 CSOs who came together and other private players, and we commemorated this day in Masindi. Before that day, we had a number of engagements or activities, one of which we managed to do a rapid assessment on assessing the impact of COVID-19, especially the lockdown, onto our young girls. And according to the findings of the rapid assessment, we realized that over 1,756 girls became pregnant during June 2020 to June 2021. And these girls, surprisingly, most of them, they were seeking antenatal care for their first time. This was so alarming. Actually, it was brought to the table of the different stakeholders, and we are not believing it. But this was the situation at the grassroots. So out of that, we managed to bring these leaders, to be accountable to the stakeholders, including girls. And what we put to them was to try to engage different stakeholders in the district and the region to ensure that girls' priorities are put forward. Apart from the assessment that we did, we had an interaction with the young girls, and most of them, actually who are testifying on that day, actually some have given birth, but what they asked us was they also need to go back to school when schools reopen. And they made this call in front of the district leadership, the different policy implementers, and at least the commitment that we received from the different stakeholders who are around, the LC5, the mayor, the LC3, was that they are going to make a number of drives to ensure that all those girls who are victims or survivors of the sexual violence, they go back to school most probably when schools reopen in 2022. So we are pledging ourselves to make follow-ups for these commitments that were done by the stakeholders, and they also promised us to have a number of platforms, especially during the council sessions, to talk to the councillors so that they can go down at the grassroots, engage parents, especially on positive parenting, but also reintegrating the young girls who have, who have become pregnant and who still need to access, school. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. That's coming right from the Midwestern region. And indeed, you can tell what the challenges are and what needs to be done. We are moving to the Eastern region. In Eastern region, we have Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum that have a project called Power to Youth. We know so much has been done there, and we wish to hear right from you what exactly is happening and how we can continue working together in that region to make a significant difference. Joyce? Nora? Power to Youth? Okay.
Thank you, Hope. Once again, my name is Diana Nanyange. I'm the National Program Coordinator for the Power to Youth program. As part of the International Day of the Girl Child in Uganda, the Power to Youth program, with UWAF as the lead for the activity, we implemented community barazas that were conducted in Mbale and Busia districts. These are part of the implementation districts for the program. The findings that came from there really don't differ from what's happening in the other region, and this could be, has as a result of the current pandemic that's going on. But for these two districts, emphasis was placed on sexual and gender-based violence as a key problem within the communities where people are. The girls and the young women within those communities highlighted that the referral system when you experience gender-based violence is quite weak. Most of the times, if you do not have money to pay the police officer or to buy the forms at the health facility, then you will not be able to access the services or the help you need. So they were calling upon their district leaders to support them with accessing these forms, because they're actually supposed to be free. They're not supposed to be for sale. And the probation officers and the police officers were around during the dialogue, and they were asked to shed more light on what really happens when the victim comes to them. And yes, they actually said that sometimes they ask for money, to which the district RDC cautioned them and said they should stop asking the girls and adolescent women for money when they go there to seek support, especially when they've experienced sexual and gender-based violence. So the major issue that we highlighted, and that is part of our program, is strengthening the referral system for SGBV cases and ensure that these adolescent girls and young women are able to access the services they need in order to live a better life. Also, the problem that was there as well is teenage pregnancy. That is really the same as they were sharing from Lango. It's really high in those two districts where we had the event. And when Dr. Asaba was sharing earlier, we're trying to draw the line, to draw a tree, really a problem tree. Because if you have girls having early sexual activity, that means they'll get pregnant. And when they get pregnant, most of the times in the villages, the parents will actually negotiate with the person who has impregnated the girl. And this will translate into child marriages. And this will lead to SGBV. So it's a chain of different issues that are interlinked. So it's more or less us having to work towards breaking this chain and ensuring that the young girls stay in school and have access to the different services they need, family planning services as well, so that they are able to have babies when they are ready to have babies and when they can take care of those babies that they are going to have. In line with the theme, which is a digital revolution, the digital generation, my generation, there were issues to do with access, especially to the information. People in the villages still don't have access to internet. It's quite costly. And with the lockdown, most of them are not working, so they can't really afford the internet. So most of them are actually not having any classes. Yes, here in Kampala, you see children are having online classes, but most of the people in the villages, they're actually not having any classes. So come 2022, we shall have people who have been in one class for the second year. It will be like a university year. You're in P5, second year of P5. So people haven't really been studying at all in the villages. So it's creating an issue there, and girls are ending up getting married as a result of that and getting pregnant. Yes, those are the main issues. And then for the different organizations working within this SRHR arena and trying to improve the lives of young girls and adolescent women, we would recommend that we strengthen the partnerships and collaborations, especially in areas where we are all implementing in the same district, because then that reduces on duplication and increases our reach. So we are able to reach more adolescent girls there, and also to scale up interventions that have been proven to be effective. They've been documented, there is evidence to support them. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we can scale up best practices that have been effective, especially in the rural settings where there is actually no internet or any digital stuff. So yeah, those are recommendations from the Path to Youth program. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. That's quite much work you are doing out there, and we appreciate you and all the energy that you put in as young people to be part of the solution. We are remaining with two panelists to share with us. Right now, I want to call upon Caroline Owashaba. She's joining us from the Western region, Mbarara, to tell us what they did during the pre-International Day of the Girl. Carol, you're most welcome. Carol, are you online? We can't hear you.
And my network is very clear.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Carol.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, and thanks to everyone who is attending this event, both physically and virtually. My name is Caroline Washaba, and I'm a team leader for Action for Youth Development Uganda, and as well coordinate Girls Not Brides Uganda Alliance Western Region. I'll be sharing an activity that we carried out with partners from Girls Not Brides Uganda and other partners that joined us that work towards eliminating child marriages in Uganda. On 7th and between 7th and 8th of October this month, we all bombarded Kasese, and the activity was pre-International Day of the Girl Child community outreach, reaching out to girls that were affected by the floods in Kasese district. We somehow diverted from the global theme because of the group that were going to reach out, and our theme for that day was creating alternative learning opportunities for the adolescent girls affected by the natural calamities in Kasese district, dubbed with Power to Girls, our slogan that empowered and inspired girls during the 2 days that we had in Kasese. Just to give a brief about the outreach, the reason we all went together and worked together in Kasese, you are all aware that the day when we had a cross down last year, Kasese is one of the districts that came up with an article in New Vision where one boy had pregnant 12 girls. So meaning that before even the displacement of the flood, by the floods, Kasese was already being affected. They had already, in one sub-county, one person pregnanting 12, one boy pregnanting 12 girls, already it was a problem. And when you add on the problem with the problem of displacement because of the natural calamities and climate change issues, it became even worse. Just to give a brief about that, you are all aware between March and May 2020, Kasese experienced heavy rains leading to occasional flooding and landslides in various parts of the district. From Wednesday, 6th May 2020 to 20th May 2020, the district experienced serious flooding due to the simultaneous bursting of the 7 rivers, including Mubuku, Nyamwamba, Nyamugasana, Sebwe, Robyo, and Taka. Across the 23 sub-counties with 2 divisions of Kasese municipality. These rivers, especially River Nyamwamba, Nyamugasa, and Mubuku, continue to burst their banks. Right, even up to now, it's still happening. As a result of what I just talked about, this led to the loss of property, crops, human lives, and infrastructure, both private and government, including plants and machinery, schools, bridges, roads, and health facilities. And even up to now, they continue to be destroyed. Before, when you have not visited Kasese, you may think it only happens when it rains, but due to climate change, because they're surrounded by Rwenzori Mountain, the glacier melts and it continues to flood even when there is no rain. So you can imagine the situation it is. And because of this, it also resulted into internal displacement of persons and scattered and hosted at various institutions. And it is from this situation that informed our pre-activity for IDGC in Kasese, because we realized that many climate change was affecting girls, including their parents and including their siblings who were boys. And according to the assessment that has been carried out by the district and including other stakeholders, Office of Prime Minister, this has resulted over 289 households were displaced, meaning 1,445 persons needed resettlement and continuous support because they were leaving their homes and going to live in unknown places. And it is in these same places that they have been relocated twice, meaning that many issues that have happened along that between the time of being relocated, the main issues that are vulnerable. And the Prime Minister, together with Kasese District Local Government, made a decision to temporarily relocate and resettle all the 289 displaced households in Mocha sub-county. This Mocha sub-county is found along the Kasese-Fort Portal Highway. And this is where we held our activity of the day. And the activities that we carried out radio talk shows at Guide Radio with different representatives of civil society organizations to discuss actions to end child marriages in Kasese. With the radio talk shows, we are reaching out to the entire district and the entire world, but with the clear message on ending child marriage. And then on 8th, we had the strategic courtesy engagements with the officers in charge. That is the resident district commissioner who represents the president in the district, and also had an engagement with the district chief accounting officer. And I can quote this, which I think was very important. The district chief accounting officer told us, he said he's also tired for all the time he has served in Kasese district. He continues to see people die, people continue to suffer because of climate change. And he calls upon different stakeholders to take it as a serious issue because it disorganizes the development of an area. It's a very, very important point for all of us to take key to know, because you can't see every day people crying and you're supposed to be their leader. So we need all of us to work with them and see how we can create a solution. Then we also met with the principal senior community development officer because most of the people who were displaced were from the municipality. So during the activities that were carried out, we carried out psychosocial support meetings and sessions among parents, adults, and girls and boys, and for all the children in the IDP camp at Mocha. Why we did this is that we clustered the 3 categories: the parents,
recording stopped,
and also the children, because they are all affected in the same way, but the magnitude of the girls is higher than each other. But we wanted to create a
recording in progress.
We wanted to create a solution that was that would benefit all of them at the same time. That's why I clustered them, because first of all, we are talking about positive parenting. We are also talking about issues of malnutrition. We are talking about issues of menstruation. We are talking about breaking the stigma against it. We are also looking at building life skills. The life skills cut across children, parents, and also the youth and the adolescents, that age. Within that time of period, we also managed to supply food to the affected, to the IDPs in that community, assorted clothes. All this came from members, and salt, menstruation kits. And then also we managed to have boys and men to take them through menstruation sessions to break the stigma. We also gave out reading material. Yes, we are talking about continuous reading, but the only solution we could give we could not talk about digital, because these are some of the people are looking at, they cannot even access an exercise book. So for us talking about the phone to us was even actually irrelevant. So we provided reading materials because there is one young boy and one young girl that are volunteering to teach boys and girls in the camp. But that's a situation, and I think this calls for action from different stakeholders. And we also engage the kids through games and through games and play. The challenges, which I feel all of us should take into
Carol, can we try to
consideration,
summarize?
because we need to take action beyond what we did in the camp. With all disasters happening, the lives of children and girls are at risk. And it's reported that many girls are fallen prey to sexual abuse and exploitation to get the sanitary pads and survival. Children living in crowded camps with strangers and hope to return in their home is no as way to be resettled. So, leaving behind their friends and school and environment and going to a new community has actually affected them psychologically. Then there is also limited temporary latrine birth theaters, meaning that generally the hygiene is not very good for that community. And you can imagine one latrine per unit serving over 50 and above households. This is not something that we can, not everyone everyone deserves a right to privacy. And if you have over 50 people using one unit, that means that the hygiene situation is not good in the camp. And remember, it's on the sliding way, so when it rains, it brings out the feces out. So I think for people who are working on sanitation, this is an area that we can actually engage and also provide a solution to a community so that they can also live a healthy life. There is also inadequacy in nutritious food supply for children, mothers, and adults. And when we talk about mothers, we are talking about the majority being teenage mothers. And
Carol, can we try to wind up?
And some of them actually spend 2 or 1 day on an empty stomach, which results into malnutrition. There's also been a research that over 80%.
Excuse me, Carol? Carol? Can we try to wind up, please? Let's try to wind up.
Okay, let me go to the recommendations.
Let's summarize them, Carol. We are running out of time.
Yes. Let me summarize the recommendation. There is need to quickly draw a plan and permanently resettle all the people in the IDP. Then provision of water harvesting tanks as a reserve water source, increase the number and provide gender segregated mobile toilets, enable access to agriculture inputs, especially for climate smart agriculture, and also enable provision of lighting facilities, solar panels. This will help girls also who can read, and also in case of anything, if someone is coming to sexually harass them, they are able to defend themselves. Then mandatory provision of sanitary pads for both women and girls, and frequent awareness on SRHR services within the camp. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. That was very, very informative. I was in Kasese myself. The situation in that camp is alarming. We are going to hear from Joyce, telling us some of the key developments from UWAF that they are doing in the Eastern region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. I'm Joyce once again, and I'm a program officer with Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum. Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum does work in the Eastern region, and we are implementing a project called Youth Challenging the Barriers and the Biases when it comes to SHR and gender. But we also have a UWAF clinic where we provide adolescent SHR services to the young people within the Eastern community, but also providing the services at a subsidized price. We also have a SUBI helpline, whereby we encourage everybody who is in this room, but also to the people in the online. We shall be sharing the SUBI helpline that the young people can be able to call and get the services. For the eastern region, we are working in Ibale, we are working in Butaleja, Tororo, and Moroto. And following when we are celebrating the International Day of the Girl Child, we did some Young Mothers Forums. And Young Mothers Forum is a campaign where Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum brings together the different young girls, the different young boys, and take them through the safe motherhood pillars. And when we are doing these mothers forums, we came up with findings. We are able to reach over 782 young people, and majority of them, the 500 of them, were girls. And one of the things that came out mainly, the key issue, was the issue of gender-based violence. Just like some of my colleagues have been sharing here, in Moroto, something that is unique is that gender-based violence is more on the side of the boys, on the side of the girls. That makes Moroto a bit unique when it comes to SHR. Then the issue of the men not being supportive, whereby you find that the young girls, when they go to the health facilities, they're usually not supported by their counterparts. But also the young girls and boys, they are very worried when it comes to testing for their HIV. They feel more comfortable if their HIV status is not known. Then, so some of the recommendations that came in during the Young Mothers Forums was the issue of the male involvement, because many of these girls, when they want to access some of the SHR services, talk about things of family planning, they are not usually supported by their counterparts, yet it's a decision they can take to delay sex. Then the issue of the parents' involvement, we are calling upon the parents who are in the audience, but the ones who are online, please let us do our role as parents. We've been leaving the work to the teachers, but then COVID and the lockdown has showed us that the homes are not as safe spaces as we thought, and the parents not doing their work, many of the young girls are becoming victims of teenage pregnancy. Then the issue of the sanitary pads, obviously the young girls don't have these pads. When we're in Butaleja, some of these girls are using local herbs, the local materials, when they are going through menstruation. And we are saying menstruation is supposed to promote hygiene, the girls are supposed to that clean environment. So under Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum, we provide some sanitary pads, but I'm calling upon other partners in the room and in this so that they can either do a campaign whereby you can distribute the pads, but also selling them at a subsidized price. Because when it comes to menstruation is normal flow, so everybody has to go through it as a young girl. So if we're not supporting them, then it becomes an embarrassment on our side. Then the issue of the youth centers, we are calling upon and we are recommending, following the Young Mothers Forums in the Tororo. Usually the young people don't have safe spaces in the health facilities. It becomes hard for them to feel comfortable to speak about the issues that affect them when they are making the long queue with their elders. At times they don't want their aunties, their relatives to see them in the same line of antenatal seeking the same services. So we are also ensuring and calling upon the need to advocate for youth centers for the young girls and boys where they can be able to access the services with a lot of privacy. Then the issue of the providing them with skills. The young girls, poverty is one of the issues that also came out during this Young Mothers Forum. So as CSOs, as youth-led organizations, what are we doing to support these young girls? Skilling is the way to go. When we talk about the digital platforms, many of the young girls, when we were in Butaleja, they were telling us they don't have the phones. In fact, in some of those rural communities, it is usually the boys, it is usually the men who have these phones. So when we are talking about the services, the digital platform, these are things that we need to advocate for if we can have them at a subsidized price. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joyce. That was very, very good. We have already been warned about the time, and I want to apologize to the people who sent in the warning. It wasn't our own making. We want to wind up on this panel, and we are going to wind up by asking our panelists to tell us what they pledge to do as different organizations, as different leaders of regions, given what has been shared, the challenges and everything that is coming out. how do you plan to make that difference in your own capacity? Because we don't want to keep looking at people out there to be our solution to our problems. We as individuals must take position and must take the step to be the solution to the problems we face. I'll start with you, Herbert.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. What we are taking up as members of Girls Not Brides, one, engaging parents on positive parenting. Then two, telling these parents that we need to give these girls a second chance for those ones who have those ones who have become pregnant, so that when schools reopen, we go back. In Hoima and Chikuba, we are going to try and scale up the safe spaces or the youth corners for these girls, such that they can access age-appropriate information. We're already being funded by SIDA, and I pray that parents can be positive on these discussions. Thank you.
That's very key. Nixon.
Thank you very much, moderator. When we were in Apache, Lango sub-region, we had 5 key prayers from the girls we reached out to. I think my commitment first as the coordinator, is to make sure those prayers are answered at least before the next period, next session of the girl child. And the beauty is that we believe that we cannot achieve this work as a team. So I will mobilize the rest of my members in northern Uganda and see on how best to integrate most of the issues raised during that one day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. Our pledges as Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum to the people that we serve, especially in the Eastern region, we pledge to support to ensure that SUBI helpline services is made a toll-free line so that young people, the young boys and the girls, are able to access SHR information and referrals at a free cost. Then we also pledge to continue offering quality SHR services that are not stigmatizing, especially to the young people when you visit our adolescent clinic in Mbale. Thank you very much, and we shall be very glad to serve you.
Thank you, Hope. Joyce talked about skilling. I find that very intriguing because even with the skilling, you find that these girls are still getting pregnant at an early age. So I feel like there's a lot behind that could be dealt with before we skill. Because even if I give you the skills, but even if I teach you how to use a sewing machine, but you're not assertive enough to say no to unprotected sex, or to say no to your husband when he wants to take the money that you've made from you, you will still experience gender-based violence, because the man will take the money and you still suffer with your children. So as a Power to Youth, we pledge to use the gender transformative approach to change the norms and make sure that the norms within the community are responsive to the needs of the adolescent girls and young women in the different communities. And also we pledge to support and ensure that the young girls, especially those who experience gender-based violence, are able to access the services that they need through the different referral systems. So we shall be strengthening the referral systems. Plus, we shall be addressing norms that deal with, that promote FGM. So we are trying to eradicate FGM, especially in the areas of Buko where we're working. So we pledge to continue having dialogues and using the different approaches of human rights-based approach and the gender transformative approach to ensure that the leaders become responsive to the needs of the young girls. Thank you.
Okay, can we put our hands together for our amazing panel? Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Hope you did that very well. It was nice being on the panel. Yeah, thank you very much. As our moderators are going back, as our panelists are going back to take their seats, we are going to have an entertainment that can make us come back to have a next panel. Otherwise, thank you very much, Hope. Thank you very much to the panelists and to Carol who was online. The entertainment team, please come and make us feel at home, make us feel at She Decides, make us feel at open house. Yeah, It is a day for the young people, especially the young girls, and we cannot take that for granted. My young people, the entertainers, please. Somebody wants to say something? As the entertainment is coming on.
Thank you very much. We had a lot of discussions about what's going on in different places and also solutions. But to me, I realized that we really need sex education to the young girls. Because even though they provide all the things, without having that sex education or making them to understand what it is, I think it will be a good idea, or maybe introduced in schools. Because I remember we used to have a straight talk, young talk, but nowadays all the things are not there. Thank you.
Sandra, for that recommendation. Parenting starts from home. Let us not only wait for our children to go back in schools, but let's do our roles as parents to talk about these things to the young people. My entertainment team, are we ready? Can we start, please? Thank you very much to our entertainment group. That was really interesting. You're about to get a challenger towards the end of this. I want to challenge you in line with what we are doing. We are going to have Sandra, a young person from Tororo, to do the portrait in regard to the She Decides manifesto. Please, Sandra, come and make the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm Sandra. A society of laws, traditions, and yet discriminate girls. We melt inside with pain, frustration, no sense of belonging. No one chooses gender, family, tribe, or a place to be born. She has the right to inheritance. She can make any decision regarding her life. She has no voice in the community just because she is a girl. When she looks at her mirror, she feels peace. She can only express herself from her mirror. Her dreams, her inner thoughts are only felt in the mirror. A girl is determined to achieve anything if given the opportunity, love, acceptance in the society. The world is better, stronger, safer if she decides whether, when, and whom to have sex, fall in love, to marry, and have children. She has the rights to information, to health care. She is free to feel pleasure, to use contraception, to access abortion safely, to decide, free from pressure, free from harm, free from judgment and fear. Because when others decide, she cannot create the life she deserves. The family she wants, a prosperous future to call her own. We and you and he and they can unite, standing together with her so she can make the decision only she should make. Political leaders and social momentum are coming together like never before. But we can go further and do more. From today, we fight against fear. We right the wrongs. To mobilize political and financial support, we work to make laws and policies just. We stand up for what is right. Together we can create the world that is better, stronger, safer, but only if and only when she decides. To educate a girl, you educate the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for sharing that portrait as far as the She Decides manifesto is concerned. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to call upon Patrick, who is going to be moderating the next panel. And on this panel, we are going to have Joanita Nalubega from Kafunda Creative and Feminist. We are going to have Patrick Mugisha, Innovate Lab Africa. We are going to have Dr. Maggie Chigozi, who will be joining us virtually, and Fancy, coming from Plan International. Can I have Fancy, Patrick, and Joanita to join Patrick? Dr. Maggie will be joining us virtually, and she's already.
Thank you, Joyce. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And good afternoon to all our online audience. Once again, I would like to take the pleasure to welcome everybody, but very importantly, to welcome my panel. You can, for starters, give a very big round of applause to this panel. Yeah. Oh, some of you are not clapping. Please give us a round of applause before I call you by name to stand and do it alone. Great, thank you. So we are talking the digital generation, which is our generation. And we want to position adolescent girls and young women in Uganda to reap from the benefits of the digital revolution. And on my panel, I have Miss Joanita Nalwega from Kafunda Creative and Feminist. Joanita, you can wave to our people. Great. And I also have Mr. Patrick Mugisha, who is actually deep into innovations and is the CEO of Innovent Lab Africa. Mr. Patrick, you can, wave to the team. And I also have Fancy Aromarach from Plan International. Fancy, it's a pleasure having you. And online, I also have Dr. Maggie Chigozi, who's well known to most of you. And Dr. Maggie is the former executive director for Uganda Investment Authority. She's a guide, she's a mother, she's a mentor, she's a big-time activist and advocate of sexual reproductive health and rights, but also gender equality. At some point, Dr. Maggie will be brought on the screen such that you're all able to see her. And the people managing the Zoom, make sure to also share your screen so that the online audience is able to see Dr. Maggie. So we're going to talk about our topic today, where we want to position adolescent girls and young people in Uganda to reap from the benefits of the digital revolution. The digital revolution is here with us. It's already here with us. And like I was saying earlier in my welcome remarks, everything that we do on a daily basis, at home, at our workplace, even in the villages, is like literally, like the digital aspects are at the center of everything. Even speak about radio, speak about even elements of analog, have the digital kind of like aspect across. So it is already here with us. We cannot say the future is digital words. It's here with us. And we know that gender inequality, discrimination largely affects young girls and women, and especially those from poor background, especially those living with HIV, those living with disabilities, those from humanitarian situations, from say, are they called interdisplaced camps? Talk about refugee camps, talk about actual war zones, talk about even natural disasters, landslides, floods, and all that. We see at the end of the day, women and girls suffer the most. But we want to create opportunities for women and girls. We want them to be confident of themselves, to stand out, speak about their health, their well-being, their rights. We want them to be able to access information. We want them to be able to access employment and jobs, And we know that innovations, technology, And digitization is one aspect through which jobs can be created easily, and young people are able to manage their businesses. So the question is, and starting with you, Patrick, from the innovations point and the work that you're doing at Innovent Lab Africa, first and foremost, tell us what you're doing exactly, and how best do you think within your work you can position adolescent girls and young women? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, namesake. It's a great opportunity to be here and also to share a panel with these two wonderful women. Good afternoon once again. And good afternoon, colleagues, the audience, and also those online. So, Innovent Labs Africa is a homegrown registered company, and our major focus is on offering innovation and intellectual property value chain management support to startups, early businesses, micro SMEs, academia, ministries, departments, and agencies. Here you're looking at public research institutions and governments in different capacities. So basically, in a nutshell, what we do is how do we manage your ideas? How do we support you to be able to leverage on the fact that every human being, God created them to be able to think. That's why all of us, we've got heads, yeah? And it's very unlikely. I don't know, maybe I can ask the audience here and maybe online. I know we've got amongst us people with disabilities, where someone maybe has got one limb, another has got maybe one hand, something like that, or someone maybe could be having one eye. How many of you have seen a human being who has got no head? How many? I'll be happy to see that person, and really just for the sake of understanding that that can also happen. But it's very unlikely. That shows you how God is merciful. And that's why the saying that disability is not inability. It's because when you still have your head, you can still think, you can still ideate, you can come up with solutions. So as Innovent Labs, I position myself here also with coming in from the private sector angle, but also the years of experience I've gathered working with government. So basically, the whole point is that looking at the policy levels and what we ought to achieve to ensure that digitalization is able to count for this generation is because governments globally have prioritized aspect of ICT, digitalization, and access, especially to the youth. Now, Uganda is not any different because we have managed to see this happen at the policy level, and of which I think we'll get a chance to discuss more as we move forward in the discussion. But otherwise, for the youth on board, moving forward, the next generation, Innovent Labs Africa is open to be able to trigger that effect of, can the youth ideate? Can they be the champions or the solution makers of their own problems? That's where we want to enter from, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patrick. And I like the fact when you talk about, disability not necessarily being inability, and also you speak to the fact that governments across the globe are increasingly prioritizing technology, digitization to the populations, not only the youth. And I know you previously used to work with the Ministry of Technology and Science for quite some time, and you also previously used to work with Uganda Investment Research Institute. So I really understand the background that you're speaking from. But at some point I'll bring you back, and I want you to start reflecting on the issue of, we saw in July this year, actually in June this year, as Ministry of Finance was presenting the budget, there was a 12% increase in taxes for the internet. Previously, it was a tax on social media. And then there was a lot of complaints here and there, and it was later laid off. And then they introduced the 12% on internet. So at some point I'll bring you in to tell us, where does that leave young people in this country? The unemployed young people, who don't have jobs, who are struggling to find work, who are looking at the internet as an opportunity to ideate, to innovate, to expand, to flourish, So I'll be coming back to you on that. Now I'm going to go to Joanita, right? So Joanita, you work with the Kafunda Creative, and I know you are a big-time feminist, right? So first tell us about Kafunda Initiative. What do you guys do? I like the name, eh? Are you like the Kafunda guys down there, or it's a different concept? First tell us what you guys do. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon. Yes, my name is Joanita Vanu Njinalubega, and I'm a co-founder of Kafunda Creative. It's a fellowship of creatives. Really, we're just empowering creatives, skilling them, and just making sure that, people who are creating, who are trying to make money with their hands or, creative arts are able to thrive. But specifically, I think on this panel, I'll be talking about my work at Refactory. I run administration for a program at Clark International University. It's called Refactory, and there we skill young people who are trying to get into the tech sector so we can make them competitive problem solvers in the region and, as a result, the world.
And I would want to assume that you have a couple of young women within that program that you're trying to mentor.
Very, very.
So do you find any specific challenges, especially when it comes to mentoring girls into creative arts, into, say, technology, digitization? What do you think are some of the major challenges that stand out for a girl in Karamoja, for a girl in Kasese, where we recently had floods, for a girl, say, in, or even here in the nearby slums of the city? What do you think would be the major challenges that are affecting girls from accessing the internet, from using technology, and from flourishing?
I think there are very many challenges. We would spend all day here if we had to explore. But if I had to pick two key challenges to, young women or girls, getting into technology or using digital technologies, I would pick on the enabling environment or the lack thereof. So when you talk about, when you think about, how or what girls are socialized to do in their communities, you find that the most likely person in a household to get a hold of a mobile phone that has no strings attached is probably a male figure or a boy, basically whoever is leading the family, who's probably a man. So even at the grassroots, things like mobile technologies, you'll find that the access that women have to those are greatly limited by their socialization, whether they're making their own money or not. They may have to give the money to the household or head, or have to spend it on things that are, essentially more important than them acquiring a mobile phone and getting acquainted with mobile technologies. But if you go to even bigger, infrastructural challenges, and if someone can't, won't be the first person to access a mobile phone, what are the chances that they're going to use a laptop in their lifetime, or be the first person to be considered to go to take a computer literacy class? That the chance is even more. So I think an enabling environment from socialization. I've had many people say why they give certain toys to girls and certain toys to boys. The girls are not interested. And then I'm just thinking, if your child wasn't interested in going to church or the mosque, would you say, they're not interested, and then you don't take them? Children do not consent to most things, legally. So you literally decide what it is that they learn. So I think an enabling environment for them to access knowledge, for them to access infrastructure, and things like mobile phones, yeah, it's lacking in every way.
I agree. An enabling environment, infrastructure. And when you speak of that, I start to imagine some of the major infrastructure that, for example, that enables us to have access to the internet or use the internet. Things like electricity, or even the hardware, computers, phones and all that. But before I leave you, there is this whole big issue about online safety. We have very many girls that have been bullied online, lots of cyber crime, largely affecting also girls. We have seen instances in this country, very common, where women, their nudes are leaked online by I don't know who. We don't know whether it's them who want them to be leaked or it's the men. From a feminist perspective, what's your take about online safety? Because I think that is very critical, not only for girls actually only, but also for boys. Yeah. How do we protect young women and girls, but also largely men and boys as well?
First of all, I want to say that the human beings online, they might not present with the same names that they present offline. I mean, the people that we see here are the same people that are online. So if women and girls are not safe online, then you already know that they're not safe offline. So it's not this peculiar situation that has come up, because of digital technologies, women are being bullied, they're being harassed. No, they're being bullied and harassed offline. And those same horrible human beings offline are the same ones doing that online. So I think that, I don't even know if there's anything specifically feminist about caring about women's safety online or even men or boys' safety online. I think that respect for humanity that lacks offline, or the lack of consequences for harassment, for making people's life difficult offline, it is extended online, which is why I think if we're not working on the respect for each other offline, we are not going to see any of these things changing online. However, I think practitioners and people, advocacy agencies and people at these intersections of the law have a bit of work that they can do to make the internet safer. But I honestly don't think making the internet safer for girls while the community in which they live is not safe is going to really achieve much.
Okay. I get you, and I like the way you end that there's still more work to do in terms of making the online community safer for girls, and I think it's an issue that needs a lot of advocacy, but also for, like the technology spaces as well. For example, if I'm designing a mobile platform, if I'm designing a social platform, what specific safety nets can I put to track, elements that might lead to online bullying and cybercrime and all that. Before I bring in Dr. Maggie Chigozi, the IT team, please help me get me Dr. Maggie on the screen. Let me go back to Patrick. Patrick, the issue of affordability for young people to technology. Majority of us here, some people like Ian here will agree with me, we are used to buying MBs. So, what's your take, and what advice would you give young people in terms of advocating for increased access to technology, especially issues around tax for technological products? We know there are, like, for example, agricultural products come into this country free, tax-free. And partly also some health-related products come into this country tax-free. Yes. Now, health, agriculture, food, those are essentials. Yes. And we've already agreed that technology is no longer a rich man's thing. It has become an essential. What's your take on that? And speaking also as someone who worked for Ministry of technology and all that. And Dr. Maggie will also be answering to that question, so you better prepare. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick, and also thanks to Joanita for her previous engagement. Two things we need to understand here is the sectors you've mentioned, health, agriculture, they are essential sectors. And I think you saw that even when the government was trying to appropriate more funding towards critical sectors during the COVID-19 at its peak, those are some of the sectors that actually were able to get some money. But with ICT, I think it is an enabler. It's an enabler, and it cuts across. And that's why if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda, SDG goal number 9 is so on point regarding innovation, technology, industry, and the role it's going to play. And under that, ICT access is very critical. They've talked about it. We go to Agenda 2063 for Africa. ICT has been mentioned as an enabler to innovation and competitiveness. Those are tools. ESC Vision 2050, it's very clear on this. Uganda Vision 2040, it's very clear on this. Now, the NDP3 that we are currently implementing, the government is currently trying to implement, it now shifted from the sector-based planning to the program-based. So now, digitalization transformation is one of the core programs in the NDP3. And under that program, it's very clear. They stipulate the current challenges regarding ICT and digitalization in the country, where they want to go, and what they anticipate to achieve in the next. And aspect of affordability, internet access, all those issues have been articulated. So, we are a growing economy, that's for sure. And we all accept that ICT has disrupted the way things are done. I mean, COVID-19 came on board, enterprises that never had ever thought of integrating ICT in how they do things, they were hit hard. But those that were quick to jump onto embracing ICT in business, in commerce, they were smiling all through. So the aspect of affordability, there are many factors that come into play. Yes, the central government is one of them, but remember, this economy is private sector led. We all accept that. But government are the policy makers, public administrators and managers. So the question is, there could be maybe a misalignment where your priorities are, and you find that maybe for the private sector, they know for us, we are here to make money. So when you tell us that put these incentives, they may not do that. But of course, when competition grows, we've got only two big networks in these telecom companies in this country, MTN and Airtel. Others are trying, but I mean, these are the big boys. So clearly you can look at the kind of market they share. They don't have so much to fight around. They can sit down on the same table and maybe decide, this is how we're going to work out these things. But of course, at the end of the day, government's role is to step in and say, hey, hang on. Yes, there's the economic aspect, return to you, and of course you pay a lot of taxes, but what about the population, the common mwananchi, the adolescent, the youth, who wants to be able to access an app to call maybe, I saw there are entities that were here that have got call centers for advocacy, but maybe because of not being able to access the internet, they cannot send a clarion call or text to call for help. So I think it calls for a lot of planning, but which takes a synergistic approach, where like different players come on board, the CSOs, the NGOs, government itself, the funders, they come on board, and even the private sector players to make these things work. But ultimately, they are incentives. Incentives are there, only that They may not be written in black and white, but certainly maybe when you reach some of these institutions that are mandated in this space, they could tell you, no, there's an opportunity here. Like actually, NITAU is one of the entities under the ICT sector that really can present a lot of incentives in this regard. But of course, as Innovate Labs Africa, what are we intending to do here? When we reach out, we want to leverage on the fact that we've been in government. We know how government works, how government thinks. So when we present a scenario, we're able to carry the burden and say, you know what, I think if we did this, we can have more impact. And I think that's the only place we can be able to leverage on. Maybe Dr. Maggie, with her experience, she can actually add more onto that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Interesting. I was actually, I was enjoying the conversation, and you ended up even taking a lot of time, eh? But you really bring the conversation into perspective. And for me, these are the things that as CSO players, as partners in the room, we really need to know. You know, ICT as an enabling factor, as an enabler across board. And also the very good example that you brought with the onset of COVID-19 pandemic and how it has affected some institutions and businesses that weren't ready in terms of integrating ICT across. And you know, when you speak about that, I start thinking about, say, like our work in advocacy, when we are working around advancing young people's access to sexual reproductive health and rights, family planning and others. You know, I remember during those bad days of COVID-19 when, you know, movement was restricted and all that, and we saw Safe Border, for example. We saw other companies like that that were, you know, now making contraceptive services available through, you know, someone getting on their phone and they're able to order for Sayana Press or something and it is delivered to them. So I like what you're talking about. And also I like the fact that you've really given us the government angle. And NITAU, you know, NITA Uganda, right? That's the NITAU. Yeah, so Dr. Maggie, can you hear me? Okay, you are on mute. I don't know why I can't hear you. Hello?
I am not on mute, but you maybe...
Okay, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. We are very excited to have you. We actually missed you because I thought I would have you here physically. But nonetheless, we are glad that you're here. You're with us in spirit, virtually. Everyone in this room is definitely moved by your passion, by your energy, and by your kindness. As a mother, as a mentor, as a policymaker at some point, we are really excited to have you, and we cannot wait to hear from you. So, first and foremost, I want you to start by building it from where Patrick stopped. You know, taking us back to, because with your experience after working in government and with Uganda Investment Authority for a very long time, and being at the helm of, you know, driving the private sector from the government's perspective, you know, I would want to understand what opportunities did you create by then for young women, for girls, and what are those examples that you've seen flourish from your work that you started? How do we best position our girls to take advantage of those existing opportunities in ICT, in innovation, in the creative and arts business, for them to be able to enhance their incomes, to gain more confidence, and also to run their families? Yes, over to you, Doctor.
All right, thank you very much, my moderator. I think I'll start first of all by telling you why I'm here, why girls. For us, were wonderful in that they were given a voice, but what they said really was painful on the other hand, because we are not doing very well. These are our future. These are the mothers of the future. These are our leaders. The next president is among those girls, I'm sure, because women are really coming into politics. The next business person, the top business and the top professional, those are the girls you're talking about. Plus the ones in the rural areas, our farmers, our grandmothers, they are all so important, but are never recognized. So that has been my fight for a number of years. I did not recognize that problem until quite late because I did not have such a problem. My parents loved me to death. I had 4 brothers, well educated, so I didn't know. But when I knew, I am now really with you and I appreciate the work you do and I try to contribute wherever I can. Yes, so I used to head the Uganda Investment Authority, and in 1999, we launched what we called the Big Push Strategy, where we identified the most important sectors for Uganda that needed to be focused on, and among those was information communication technology. It was actually new to most people. Yes, NITA was in existence, trying to do some small things focused on e-government, but we needed to do so much more to get the access that we have today. If we had not focused 100% on ICT, we never let it get off the radar. We needed to look at the laws that govern it. We needed the institutions. So, we had Broadcasting Council, in the end, we ended up with UCC covering everything and trying to pull it together. NITA covering the government side. And we looked at e-government being used, but government, in the Ministry of Education, can we bring it as low down as possible? And I think it's come down that anybody coming out of secondary school as much as possible is computer literate. But we need to take it down even to primary schools. I know in private schools, they do that already. And then we looked at business. It empowers business. What would we have done in COVID now? As you've already, both of you who have spoken before, have mentioned that, what would we have done without internet, without communication the way we have it now? There are still major challenges, and that is where our girls often is knocked out, the affordability. I've just been told that even Tanzania is so much cheaper than we are on internet, and therefore it is used so much more, as you can see from just the music industry, where Diamond Platinum has huge numbers of followers in Tanzania, first of all, whereas a Ugandan cannot have that kind of number because our people cannot afford it, among other things, and access as well. The phone itself is getting cheaper, and that is good. So as UIA, we've looked at these things, and to date, they are still focused on making sure ICT works for everyone. And what opportunities, you asked? What opportunities are there, not only for the girls, but for people in general? Within ICT, we looked at, education is one. And now you can see all the schools that are benefiting from the Zoom lessons that my grandchildren are actually having even right now outside. So that has worked there. So the creative industry has grown. The number of television, the number of radios, films, the industry is growing. So for the young ladies, our girls, there are opportunities. If you can dance, if you can sing, if you can act, opportunities are there. Software production, our women, I know there are so many young women in this sector that are really, doing their business and able to make money in the ICT sector. But of course, we want many more to benefit. We want the rural areas, and that's what we just heard from everyone else who raised the challenges. So our UIA, I made sure there was a UIA Women Entrepreneurs Network. And with this one, we built up the women to where they are now. We contribute 40% to GDP. So girls have role models. I think one of the speakers said in the meeting in, Lango, all these people were men. Now that has changed in the business community. The women are there, they're leading, they're doing their thing. So role models are now available for the girls. In politics, that government changed with the laws and gender empowerment. We have women. The vice president is a woman today. So that's something that the girls can say, okay, if Jessica can do it, Her Excellency Jessica can do it, I can do it too. So it's exciting in that way. I also try to work to build leaders. So with Akina Mama Africa, we train young leaders, young female leaders, and we advocate. We advocate both here in Uganda. We train the police, we train members of parliament, we train local government, and we do this at the government level, at the AU, and at the UN with Akina Mama Africa. So all these issues you are raising, we will pick them, and of course your CSOs are there with us, and we will take them to the UN, and we'll take them. And we see the SDGs are a process. Out of the MDGs, government decided 30% should be women, but now SDGs are saying 50%. So what we want you to push for is that government actually, implements the 50%. They do have 30% in parliament, 30% on boards. It must be 50% because SDG 5 is now 50%. And, we've been advocating for that. So the other thing I do as an individual is to motivate, to encourage, like I'm here today, young ladies. I am here.
Doctor, allow me to cut you short.
Yes.
Okay.
I will stop there. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you short, but I noticed you are even almost drawing to a conclusion. Wow, you talk about really so many things. Thank you for appreciating the work that we are doing as a collective, as She Decides Uganda, as Girls Not Brides, as Party Youth, as Plan International, as everyone in the room, the work that we are doing to advance the rights of young women and girls. And I mean, it's people like you really that give us, the motivation, because every time we reach out to you, even with your busy schedule, always available. Now, you spoke to so many things, but one of the things that for me that has come out strongly is how you advanced for ICT to be ICT for everyone, and how you pushed for it to be taught in schools. And I agree that today ICT is actually taught in schools. So at least there's a basis. There's where to start. Is it secondary schools, right? Not primary schools, but secondary schools, which I think is an interesting bit, because at least there's somewhere to start from. I know there's very many people possibly in your age who cannot even use a computer, or, because maybe they did not have that opportunity. But I now understand, and it actually makes sense linking, say, ICT to education and all that. So you spoke to very many things. I will later be opening it up to questions. But in the interest of time, allow me now to go to Fancy Aromarach. I hope I'm pronouncing your name very well. I'm bringing you last in my language. There's something they say that we bring you last because how do I even translate? Let me not do direct translation. Yeah, nayo kuleta last is kakodio, something like that. So you work with Plan International. Plan International is well known to all of us, and there's very many partners in the room that also, complement Plan International's work across board in terms of advancing the rights of girls, issues around child marriages, teenage pregnancies, SRHR, and others. So specifically, I want to learn from you, how do we see ICT, how do we see technology, how do we see innovations as an opportunity, say, to address child marriages, as an opportunity to address sexual and gender-based violence, because these are problems that we are living with. And in the COVID-19 pandemic, they have even become worse. We have seen instances where fathers are still raping their girls. We've seen instances where cases of early and unwanted pregnancies have shot high in certain districts. Majority of the districts actually where we work. So how do we take advantage of ICT, and what are those things that you've seen being done that we can scale up to address child marriages, SGBV, but also enhance access to SRHR services for young girls? Over to you, Fancy.
Thank you so much. So my name is Aromorach Fancy Sheila. So that was a good one. Yeah, no one really ever tries to get it right. I am a young champion under plan. And I want to start off with really good news and a light that I've seen at the end of the tunnel, which might not be for us as a country, but as a movement that is continuously speaking towards safety for girls, respect for girls, and a better community. The courts of Sierra Leone yesterday or today in the morning did make a landmark judgment towards issues regarding revenge pornography, where your partner decides to leak your videos or your pictures that, you took during your intimate time. And I think that should be a great encouragement to us as a country, because we are facing a lot of that, and that speaks towards the question on, are we actually going to have a digitalized generation 2, 3 years or 5 months from today? And I really want to say we should look up to such judgments, such policies, and we keep fighting to get to reach to that level for us as a country. So how can we take up opportunities in the sense of a digitalized generation? One is, I want to just draw from what you clearly have continuously mentioned, the fact that we are actually living in the future. The digitalized future is now. The one we say, it was like, when I was in primary, that was like, they would keep telling us, it's in the future, that's when you start using phones. But we have arrived. The common saying by the youth, we have arrived, is actually here. So I really think there is a great concern, especially towards whoever is going to be involving any particular group of people, young people particularly, which young people does involve the youth, boys and girls, persons of disability. There should be a matrix that says, when this is to happen for an online engagement, this is what we shall do. In case a girl gets harassed online when we're engaging her on a webinar, on a particular platform, on a particular concept that we are running on a project, this is what we shall do, which is, I think, something that hasn't been appreciated by many engagements, especially during this time that there's a lot happening online and virtual. So I really think that's a way that we can actually take up or take advantage of digitalized tools and opportunities. And also speaking towards statistics that says 90% of the labor market these days has elements of digital tools or digital technology. But then when you look at our education system, we are still lacking. And this education system is actually setting us for this 90% that we're supposed to be a part of. So there should be a strong call to whatever ministry that is a passionate stakeholder to safety of girls or to a digitalized generation, as they made commitments on the International Day in the different celebrations at national level. I think there should be a great call to not only have young people at primary level, at secondary level, or at university level only have to be taken through computer applications. Can we have an aspect of digital security in computer applications as a subject? That can set the pace for us to say, yes, we shall actually have 95% of 95% of the labor market later on having digital tools that are actually appreciated, that are understood. For me, as a young girl who will be in that labor market 5 years from now, to be able to identify mis- and disinformation. And because the best way for us to actually make use of digital tools or a digitalization is education. education is key. I am a student at the university and we are doing online classes. I'm privileged to be having that. But definitely there are others who are not. But can we start with what is in place? Can we start with the fact that COVID has brought us into understanding that we can make use of, life online as well and not rely on what could have been offline? Another particular way is which has been going and which shouldn't really die, is at this point of time, basing on the fact that we are in a different timing, a timing where there are a lot of restrictions and all this happening, I really want to encourage every stakeholder, a parent, a teacher, a student, a civil society player, non-state actors, and even state actors. This is the time for us to say we're actually strengthening our partnerships. We haven't been strengthening partnerships, my dear. This is the time for us to say we're strengthening partnerships in the sense that if there is a particular, if Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum is running a campaign or intends to run their project, can we have the LC of that particular community be very proactive and vibrant to want this project to come for those particular youth? All these bureaucratic tendencies shouldn't work at this point of time because they delay the progress that we are setting. And at the end of the day, you find we shall be taking 5 steps backwards instead of taking the 10 steps that we want for the visions and missions we've created for young people. So, or else, and which will rather, have us continuously have engagements and discussions, and we do not have a clear blueprint template to say we are actually working collectively in a strong partnership manner, or saying, yes, we actually want this to work. So I really want to say we should take up education at whatever manner it has displayed itself, with the disadvantages of majority not really being, studying online, but let's start with what is in place. Let's strengthen our partnerships. Let's have encouragement now that we had a particular law in a different country. Let's not die on, calling up for policies to actually get to us. So that's how I believe we can actually have a digitalized generation in time. Yes.
Fancy Sheila, interesting. Thank you. You speak to quite interesting things. I'm very much interested in the landmark ruling in Sierra Leone. I think there's a lot to learn from that as a country in Uganda. You talk about digital security as something to consider to possibly be a subject in ICT, not even only in secondary schools, but also at university level, for students who are taking IT as a subject and other things. You talk about existing digital tools within the labor market, and here I want to really agree with you. I think there's really very many online tools that have been introduced that make life very easy. I was recently interacting with my team at office about Canva, like in this era and age, you don't need to be good at Photoshop, because you can get to Canva and use Canva to do what someone with Photoshop does. But yeah, I really agree, and thanks for speaking to the point of partnerships. I think speaking of ICT as an enabler, then it directly links to partnerships, Yeah. So as we draw to the close, I'm going to open up this to the audience, both the online audience and also the virtual audience. But, okay. You want to say something? Okay. So as you say something, I had a question also for you. So make sure to add this as well. Where are we with machine learning, with 3D technology, 5D technology, and how do we genderize that? Looking at it from the gender lens. How do we look at technology from the gender lens? So that it works for both men and women, and especially the advanced technology, Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Maybe let me first make my comments before I respond to your question. And generally, I think all these challenges or setbacks, the girl child, women, the youth, the adolescent, they are well placed to actually take lead in designing solutions for their own problems, because one of the approaches we really use when we are engaging startups, or you come to us as an individual, you've got an idea, we always try to bring this aspect of a human-centered design approach. And one of the critical elements of that is empathy. So when I stand in your shoes, Patrick, I stand in your shoes, Sheila or Juanita, I'm able to really reflect and feel you. What do you feel? And you do the same. So I think the girl child, especially those who are able now to really explain and talk about their challenges, they can definitely take and be critical in designing solutions that are good for them. And then, of course, there could be some solutions that maybe we may not need to reinvent the wheel, but when we leverage on partnerships, it becomes critical. And, I mean, it's quite unique that also the SDG, the global agenda, recognizes partnership as one of the critical drivers for SDG kind of like attainment. That is SDG goal number 17. It's critical on that. So I think at the end of the day, what you cannot do, but we have identified the problem, is not to fish and check around. Which solution has worked maybe in Rwanda, in Mozambique, that can actually be brought on board? And that's why technology transfer is also critical. So, I mean, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. If maybe, I don't think I would want to see a Ugandan designing this microphone, yet I can get a contract manufacturer in China or Malaysia to make for me this microphone and maybe modify it the way I want, and it's going to be suited for Uganda. I think the girl child has to be central in this respect. Going back to your question, Mr. Mwesige. From a policy lens, I think in our generation today, women really, you've been given chances. From the political side, and looking at management positions and portfolios, I would say that 1.5 extra, the extra point that was given for ladies to access universities, it was a game changer. Honestly, if you look at the numbers of ladies joining institutions of higher learning, those who are graduating, more often than not, you've seen actually much of these universities, girls turn out to be the overall best students. An example, my own sister at ECU many years ago, she was the best student. So clearly, I don't think when you're given a platform and when you really know what you want to do as an individual, I think the issue of it's a male-dominated economy may not arise because you've got a chance to stand up. But then also, government has made it a priority to make sure that some of these opportunities, women are able to access them. But I think so. I really don't know if it's an issue of low self-esteem, or maybe the ladies who've made it, for example, my sisters here, maybe not actually standing up also and saying, you know what, I'm the champion here. Are there other similar ladies there, and picking them up and bring them on the same platform? I think that's another thing we really need also to consider. But looking at the gender lens, as far as technology is concerned, Patrick, colleagues, virtually and physical here, your mind is your mind. The idea that is in your head, I can only steal it when it's outside your head. But as long as it's still inside here, I cannot tamper with it. So, it's an open space. Government is trying to make sure that even science or the STEM is actually advocated for. Ministry of Education and Sports is really doing as much as they can to try and make this a reality. Now the thing is this, there is planning, then there is implementing. Those are two different things. But that meaning that the heart is there, the desire is there, and that's why you find leveraging on partnerships again might turn out to be critical, because we want to make ICT accessible to the girl child. But we need financing to do this. The 4IR is critical. It's here with us. Patrick, you may be familiar that a machine today can actually mimic you. Yes. I'll give you a case study. A certain startup in the UK was giving 100,000 pounds. 100,000 pounds in Uganda, it's close to $500 million, not so? For anyone who'd want his or her face to be used on a machine. So they take Patrick as he is, my face, but now there'll be a machine that looks like Patrick. 100K pounds. Patrick, would you? Me, I would. I would take it. I would take the money, that's me. But when you think about it again, I might not, because of the ethical issues. So I think the 4IR, it's also critical. And I think very many women today are running startups in ICT. They just need to be able to be reached out to, and also to build capacity and mentorship and encouragement to encourage them to make it. And of course, when you make the environment enabling, as my sister here said, then that means everyone has got a chance. Maybe with those few remarks, I think I'll stop there because of time. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Well, interesting conversations, right? Yeah, I think that machine in the UK, which is giving 100,000 pounds to mimic my face, I would even invite my entire family to put their faces. Anyways, thank you, Patrick. Very interesting. I think we need more time to have these conversations. But I want to agree with you that at the moment, we might not necessarily have to reinvent the wheel, because there's already a lot that we can learn from. And for me, this brings the aspects of learning, actually leveraging, learning, and scaling. Online people are able to hear me. Yeah, so the elements of leveraging, learning, and scaling. Yeah, because there's very many interesting technologies, even in a nearby region, in Rwanda, you know. And for example, we've seen countries like Rwanda, for example, put women at the very center of technology. And that's why we're talking about genderizing technology. I would agree, but also slightly disagree with you on when it comes to positioning women. Yes, it's true to say, to give an example of politics, and I know some of the ladies here will agree with me. I mean, when you look at the vice president and prime minister and maybe a few deputy prime ministers, there are a couple of women leaders. But go to the local councils, go to the LC5 chairpersons. How many out of almost 135 districts, how many of the 135 are women? You get it, eh? How many make it on direct tickets, you know, into these different positions? And it's very common of policymakers in this country to assume that they can speak on behalf of others. Eh? But I think it's always good for people to speak on their behalf. But yeah, I for the 1.5, yes, 100% I agree with you. The 1.5 points for ladies to get into university. I also have my sisters that have gotten that opportunity to get those points. I'm sure my colleagues here, like Joanita, would respond back to you, but we're going to give them an opportunity. But I want to draw this quickly to the audience. Maybe we can get like 3, 4 questions, comments, feedback. Hope. Someone come and help me with the microphone. Joyce, the microphone, give it to Nixon. Nixon, I would also appreciate if you could speak to how we can utilize ICT in our fight to end child marriages. You know, just briefly, in a minute or two. So we're going to have Nixon. Who else? Anyone else? Yes, we're going to have Sandra. So Nixon and Sandra and Hope. Okay. So Nixon, Sandra, Hope. Hajat, is your hand up or it's between up and down? It's up, eh? Okay. So Nixon, Sandra, Hope, and Hajat. And we close.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for the opportunity, and thank you for the presenters for the remarks you've made. My question goes to Joanita. Joanita, I think you're the one working on a creative feminist support, isn't it so? My question is that I know that mine is around how do we reach out to the last girl on the ground. Many times people have come up with amazing softwares, applications, for the purpose of supporting the communities. But unfortunately, most of these platforms usually remain in the urban settings on our smartphones. How do you create technological solutions for the last man or for the last lady or for the last girl in the community? That's something that usually puzzles me. Nice applications focus on developing our communities, but unfortunately, they are not easily implemented by the people whom they are supposed to help. So how best are we able to do that? Maybe also to respond to Patrick's question, how can we use technology to end child marriage? I want to use our experience as a initiative. I was in West Nile at a time when COVID-19 was starting off. And from the first lockdown, we realized that we could not reach out to our different communities, especially households. So what we did an assessment of how many of the homes had phones. But unfortunately, very few of them had the phones, just normal phones, feature or smartphone. So one thing we invested in was to make sure that at least each home has a way of connecting to them. At least there's a phone you can always access. So by just basically having contacts of all the 300 homes we work with, it made it easier for us to continue engaging them through normal text messages, through normal phone calls, and for those who have smartphones, you could use a different smartphone app, solutions. So basically, it's always good to have a phone in someone's hands, and if someone has a phone in their hands, it's now up to us to use that phone in the hand to reach out with the right information, all the different support services that we're able to provide to them. But also we enable them to continue using the different toll-free lines for them to report the different issues they're facing in their communities. So thank you. My question to Nalubega, I think I'll hand over to the next person.
Okay. Thank you. I'll only comment on what Patrick talked about. How do we embrace ICT in the current situation? It's a challenge that even if we talk about it right now and continue talking about it, it is something that is quite far from reality. I speak because I work directly on the ground. I am not in the capital city. I go to places where many organizations don't reach. Even when I go to districts, they say, if you're coming to this one, no, change and go to the other one, and they love sending me far. These are places, like Nixon says, that have no access to these gadgets. So if the global community is coming up with such an agenda, are they ready also to make it happen for every young girl at the grassroots to have access to this? Maybe it's not possible. But what about schools? The schools are opening in January, but there are many village schools that have even never seen a laptop at all. So I think as we talk about these things, we need to think out of the box, see how we support these schools, because many of the children are going to be meeting in schools. Can we support schools to have access to these services so that even when they don't have a phone at home, they can access some information through the computers at school, even learn how to use the gadget? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is not Hajati. My name is Salma Babu. First of all, thank you so much, the panelists, and also thank you to the other panel that was there before. At least we had some voices of girls directly from them. So for me, my question is on how do we really link those voices that we had with the first panel that was there, how do we link it to these benefits that we are discussing currently? I'm happy that we have different team players. We have the tech guys, the innovative guys. We have Plan, and then we have, I think, an organization, plus you also the organization. But I just want to hear that linkage between the two panels that have been there, so that by the time we leave here, we know these are the voices of girls, but how are they linked to the benefits of the digital generation? Not only that, maybe this is just a comment to Dr. Mugisha from LabTech. There is an example that you gave there, and then I was like, are you sure? You see, some of us who have been in these fields of girls, women, blah, 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 trust me, some of those positions are just positions. They are not, how do I say it? You don't take any decision, but you're in that position. We all understand that. In this country, I was so happy when the cabinet, when they were reading, and yeah, the vice president is a woman, the prime minister. But are we sure she's really acting her position, or she's just there? We are not talking politics. We are just seeing how best do we bring these women forward? Do we bring these girls forward so that they can be in those positions and present those positions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My point is on the education part of it. Like they're saying, we embrace technology, but deep in the village, like at schools, they're not allowed to have phones. So if the Ministry of Education maybe says this openly to schools so that they can allow students to have phones. Because in our school, they can even expel you if they find out that you have a phone. And another thing also is, like deep in the village, even I think girls don't know even anything about TikTok or anything. So if you're saying about technology, I think it's something that we need to really go and talk about it, like to bring it in a positive way. Thank you.
You see, that's the beauty of having all the voices in the room, eh? So I hope you've not been talking from a totally different page. Now you're being brought back to the reality. Phones at school, they expel you. Even me, I was almost being expelled for having a phone at school. So interesting. I think the two of you will answer that. So yeah, I think let me just hand it over back to you guys. You all had the questions. No, I think they can use this one since that one has been all over the place. And do we have sanitizers as well? Yeah. Okay, so we start with you, right? Oh, but just before you come in, can you please get me Dr. Maggie? Is Dr. Maggie still online? Can you prepare her also to prepare her closing remarks? Doctor, if you can hear me, please prepare some closing remarks depending on the conversation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. So I want to start off with the question on linking the voices of the young people to this conversation we've just had here. And I want to say it's great that we actually had spaces to go and listen into the girls. Now, how we can link is we need to review all our programs, all our projects, all that we have been running. Because now is the time to re-strategize. We have had them. Let's have a review. Let's have a review on Power to Youth project. Let's have a review on how the Call-in Center and Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum is working. Are young people actually giving in, calling in and sending in their problems? Let's work all together. I think reviewing will help us start the pace on linking things here and there, on re-strategizing, on strengthening even the partnerships we've been talking about, on actually knowing that we're including even the grassroots, really the different rural young people in place. So I think that should be the first thing all of us should take right from here today.
Thank you, Fancy. I will start with that very question. I think it was from Salma. I think that's a brilliant question, just wondering how do we link even the voices of the panel that came before to what we're discussing here and eventually to the youth. I'm going to start by saying it's part of the problem is, us trying to create solutions to problems that the youth, that children are facing without them. There's about 30 children out there who are not seated here. And I'm not sure if they are entertaining somebody outside, but this conversation is as much about them as it is about young adults. So if we assume that at 29, 30, I'm the person that knows what is going to be good for that 12-year-old, that 14-year-old, we are going to keep, just recording whatever we assume is impact, and then the children are going to stay exactly as they are, and they'll become those same adults with gaps, So I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're out there in the tent. It's sad that they're not a part of this conversation to voice their opinions because they still have something useful to say. They don't have to have studied project management or program implementation or whatever, we have to do to be a part of these organizations. They still know their lives and they know what's good for them. And my last point on how to link these different voices, I think that when we come to these conferences, it's counterproductive for us to just take each other's, what do they call these things that have the address? The thing that has the address, the business cards, and then kind of just put them away in our desks. I think that we need to be very, very intentional about, not working in silos. So for me, I'm very interested, in seeing these many organizations here because at Refactory, we started off, of course, at a higher level, skilling people who are at the university and beyond. And we have now come down to, we've created programs that start, digital literacy, for children in school. We have P7 vacists who have been a part of two different skilling programs, and right now, they can build their own websites. But more than that, they understand that they can do something with their head. They can do something with a computer they see in front of them. Some of those were as far as in Tungamo, and they didn't have a computer, and that's all right. But they could build whatever we're teaching them to build with a mobile phone. And I understand that not every young person outside of these urban centers has access to even that smartphone, but knowledge, once somebody's empowered with that knowledge, their reach or their hunger for more to even have access to that mobile phone is going to be limitless, So it's not, I don't think it's an egg-chicken situation. Do they get a mobile phone first, then we skill them? Do they get a computer first, then we skill them? If what we have is knowledge, we give them that knowledge, Sometimes, when you desire something, the universe aligns. So they have the knowledge, they will know why they need to find a mobile phone and practice or put this to use. So what I'm trying to say about, how to link this, I think it's intentionality. Everybody that's seated here, I have to get, the contacts for these people because when I'm starting for, my next outreach, why should I start from zero or have to just put posters online, yet these people have access to communities. So I think it's intentionality, but also to understand that each of our mandates isn't, they're interlinked. And so being intentional about using the context we're taking from here, using their communities to advance whatever mandate we also have, because then we are reaching more and more people. Yeah, and my last answer, yes, is to Nixon. That was a brilliant question about how we reach the last girl, because lots of technologies cater to people in urban centers, people who have access to, mobile phones or computers. And I have just two answers to that. So old tech is still tech. Sometimes, when we go to computers and mobile phones, we forget that even radio is technology. It's an information technology. And I think that when we do whatever we're doing, we can be intentional about not just reaching the easy people, you know. So we have an application that serves. I think there is an application about for youth being able to get sexual reproductive health services very easily. We understand that so many children, even in peri-urban areas and then eventually the rural, will not have access even to a TV if you put a TVC on, but you can find space or time to speak on radio. There used to be straight talk shows. If that's how they can be reached at the moment, while we work towards other things, we work with that. Sometimes, we can work with SMS programs, and at Refactory, which is why for us it's amazing that we haven't had any challenges mentoring girls who are coming to study software development, because they already understand situations of say groups that have not been represented before. So where people would have rushed off to build a web app or a website, somebody will just say, but if this thing doesn't have notifications for simple feature phone like an SMS, how are they going to reach the people who are working in the market full day, full time, who don't have time to just keep scrolling on a PC? Let's add notifications for SMS. I think that representation in these teams that are building technology ensures that the people who are not in the room can be reached by the solutions that we are working on, which still brings me to these children need to be in the room. If we're building solutions for them, we don't understand their lives more than they do, so we include them. Thank you. Sorry.
I think let's quickly bring in Dr. Maggie. Dr. Maggie, before technology plays its tricks. Dr. Maggie Chigozi, if you can hear me, please, my tech team, Nora, please get me back to the other screen for Zoom. Yeah, Dr. Maggie, are you still there? Can you hear us? Dr. Maggie, can you hear us?
Okay, I've been unmuted now.
Okay.
So yes, I can speak as well.
Okay, so I want to bring you in now before I lose you, because I can't trust this technology anymore. So you've been listening through the whole conversation, and I am very much interested in your last takeaways. But I also want you to react to something that you hinted on, but also Patrick later hinted on, about female representation in politics, how it's more of like ticking the box and all that. And I know you definitely understand what I'm talking about. And then also, we have a very young lady in the room who talked about the reality on ground. We're speaking about ICT and technology and education and schools. But these young people are not even allowed to have laptops at schools, in secondary schools, or even an iPhone or a phone, okay, Kapesha. What is it called? Kapesa, eh?
Touch.
That one. So what's your take on that as you wind up, Doctor? Thank you.
I think to start with that one, this period of lockdown and COVID-19, I think has kicked that one out of the window. The mobile phone, the internet, will never be the same again. And I can imagine teachers have now learned to teach us. Before they didn't know how to use it either, so how could they teach it to the children? But now they have been doing it, and they are having trainings on managing students online. So I think we have hope that the next generation will be allowed their phones. There's always the worry, though, on the other side, of phone addiction. It can't be that bad. They are getting addicted, and they cannot concentrate on other issues. They want to be on TikTok. So that is another problem that will need to be addressed going forward. But the young lady who was here, not being allowed any of those, and the other lady who was from the rural areas, not having any access. Yes, it's difficult, but going forward. You never give up, is my message. I remember going to school with people who came to school 5 years, they were older than me. We were in the same class. They did very well. They went on to be doctors just like me. So, missing this period, having a lag in your life throughout primary school, you are not accessing, ICT services and information, does not make you give up. As we've heard, the radio can be utilized. Maybe we are not taking the radio serious. It is the one that they have in their homes every day. Whenever the father doesn't want to hear the news and the birango, they may be able to get an opportunity. So I think we need to utilize other technologies. Television is trying. We see a lot of information going out. So for the young people, knowledge is power. Where they get it from, yes, it'd be wonderful if they could all be online and be able to access it, but are there other options? And the first one that I look at that I think is not doing their part is the parent. SRHR is not being handled. You want to send your child over to some Senga or some other person. Why can't you take them through the problems that they are going to face so that they understand, And that is covered. I love the I Like Hawks group. I love Reach a Hand Uganda because they're out there. They are informing. They are doing their best, but it's not good enough. Many of our young people have not received that information yet. So, Gachali Mabaga, a lot of work to be done by all of us is where I want to end this.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Maggie. And I like it when you say that for young people, knowledge is power. And where they get the knowledge, of course, is a big question, but there is absolutely no doubt that ICT provides one of the easiest ways to accessing all the relevant knowledge. But now there remains a very big question. How do we prepare our young people, our girls and boys, to make sure that they are accessing this information safely and they're getting the relevant information online? Great. So, who else can I end with other than you? You have a parting shot. I thought you gave your last one already. You were answering your questions, eh? Okay, so you're going to be the last then. So let me bring in Patrick. Patrick, you've listened to all the conversation. I think there are also some specific questions for you as well. Just briefly, give us your very last parting shots, relating to all the conversations and how we genderize ICT and innovations. Thank you. Yeah, just briefly.
Thank you, Patrick, once again. Maybe I'll give you 2 case studies. Just briefly. There was an old man in a certain village who was concerned by the way the levels of the river were actually, the water levels were really diminishing. He called on his comrades. None of them was responding. It seems it was only him who was seeing the problem. So he decided every day he'll be fetching water from the tap within his homestead and pouring the water into the river, such that the levels could go up. He did that day in, week in, month in, year in, until the old man realized, I've done my part, even if the levels don't seem to be changing. What does that mean? He saw the problem, but he didn't want to be the bigger solution to that problem. He wanted to be a part of the solution to the bigger problem. Second, those who are Christians like me, who read the Bible, one of the most fascinating stories in the Bible is the story of the Good Samaritan. Why I like it is because after Jesus had described the entire thing, he asked these guys, between all these guys, who was the good neighbor? All of them got it right. They said, the good Samaritan. He said, well, go and do likewise. How does that relate to this? None of us here, no entity here is capable of addressing all these issues. You have to get the piece of the cake and solve what is within your means. To make it bigger, partnerships. The next thing is, it's unfortunate. I may be wrong, I may be right. Majority of the entities represented here, it could be that most of the activities are donor funded. That's something to think about. When COVID came, guys that were hit hard were the NGOs and CSOs. Can you begin considering how do you make your entity sustainable? Innovate. Come up with solutions. Create enterprising arms within your entities. That would work. So as Innovate Labs Africa, what are we going to do? We are willing to have another talk, Patrick, with your coordination and this alliance, and really see how do we integrate innovation in your workspace? How do we make it work? And then how do we now think of these solutions that can actually go a long way? My brother there said, we have a technology, it's meant for the city girl, but not a girl from my village in Kanungu. Why not? Yet it's possible. So I think we just need to innovate. And so when you're able to organize like engagements or forums, platforms for the girl child to be able to ideate and think of solutions to their problems, they I think will be drawing them closer to how they can integrate ICT in their day-to-day. ICT for the girl child should be a lifestyle, but how do they use it? Putting into place all the related ethical issues which may not harm them in any way. And by the way, Facebook, the other day, of course, the whole world know that these guys have not been doing things right. One whistleblower said that, oh, these guys are actually promoting insecurity online. But Facebook, in the last 5 years, has invested close to $60 billion in trying to handle security issues online. But still the world is complaining, meaning it's still a journey. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. For me, I just want to close this by saying, like Dr. Maggie said, knowledge is power. Let's empower these children with knowledge. Let's not carpet the world for our children. We can buy them shoes. So I don't think the internet or ICTs are the problem. It's the knowledge that you haven't given them that is lacking. That's the gap. Sex is not the problem. It's sex education that's lacking in these places. So let's not try to carpet the world for our children because the problems of the world just keep growing. Equip the children with knowledge, but more importantly, the people who are in charge of the children, facilitators for learning, teachers, need to get that information, that in knowledge first. I think alliances and people, actors in the industry are ready to provide this knowledge. At Refactory, we have an open door policy. Every organization that's here today, we are happy to work with you. We won't make you write lengthy concept notes that we won't even read. Our meetings are short. It's not about a zillion talks. We will get to action. We are agile, so we will work with you, whatever, study the feedback, improve upon that. If you have communities that need knowledge that we can provide, digital skilling, digital literacy, we will reach you. We'll do exactly what your community needs. So I just think let's get the knowledge out there, even when we do not know what it's going to contribute to. Let's get people knowledge. Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah, I like it. Action, agility, digital skilling, digital literacy, and Patrick has talked about let's innovate. Innovate. Let's innovate. Let's come up with solutions. And he has even offered, he wants to work with CSOs to see how we can integrate innovations within our workplaces. What a better way to end this panel. So thank you very much, my panelists. The problem is still big, and but we have ICT as an opportunity that we can utilize. So it's been Joanita Nalwega from Kafunda Creative and Feminist and Refactory as well, Patrick Mojisha from Innovent Lab Africa, Dr. Maggie Chigozi, a mentor, a mother, an activist, a gender equality advocate, and Francis Schiller from Plan International. A big round of applause to my team. Thank you very much, my team. And I think now I will hand over back to Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you very much, our panelists. The deliberations were very wonderful. Thank you very much. Another hand clap as they go back to get back their seats. Okay, I'm going to call on the entertainment team to Hearts Uganda is making their last entertainment to us all as we come to the conclusion of this. And as the entertainment goes on, I would call upon Jocelyn to prepare as you'll be coming in to moderate the last session for the closing remarks. We are setting the stage so that we can use it for the last drama skit that we are going to have as of now. Hearts Uganda, I'm only giving you 1 minute so that we can start. The young girls and the little boys, they are coming here to do the We are going to try to make sure that it is as short as possible so that we can have the representatives for the closing remarks. Are we ready?
Super sana, big boys, the clever girls. Domina super sana, big boys.
Hey, Sue, you are here today. You've been missing for this game.
Oh, another sister of mine got pregnant and they've taken her to the hospital.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Another Subi sister was taken to the hospital due to early pregnancy. Oh, bad story. Another bad story. Everyone in the world has a bad story.
Mine is worse.
Oh, it's worse.
It is worse.
is me. It is me who is supposed to talk the truth. The truth about the African slave girl who always hears cries of women who are being beaten without no help.
No, it's me who can tell about yesterday because it all looks the same as today. Just like a girl in adolescence with wild hyenas waiting at the door to grab the future with unwanted pregnancy, rape, and defilement on every route path. In the wings that leap from the rich in the hills, floods come through trenches and end in our homes.
It is me who knows how girls sleep in shifts because they lack accommodation.
And those girls who go for prostitution because they think it's the only way to survive.
I'm in the center of knowledge ingrained with lack of education.
In eyes of no decision, when it comes to marriage, we are taken for dowry. I can't imagine.
Truly, I'm in the middle of no night or day. Always shout and not lose me to no concentration. Yes, it is me. It is me Suri to tell about the African child. God, please help me and abide with me through this situation.
Clean a bad story, create a good story. Left hand in the world has a bad story. Clean a bad story, create a good story. Let our child speak, let girls win. Clean a bad story, create a good story. Let our child speak, let girls win.
I can't imagine this congregation today. This water problem has caused the gathering between these teenage girls in this village. National Water has paid death to all cries of this village. And today, I've seen many girls walking, congregating with voice. Mwala kumlezi, mwala kumlezi. Kaya kutembi watu. Nana, nabichacho tewe wana. Nakulabye nomulezi oli waneno weyo.
I also saw you with John. And I remember coming with Sandra. Where is she?
Which Sandra? This one of Mr. Kako. And that girl with boys. Today she has an excuse because of water loss.
Nedda Bambi. She has branched at Peter's place. She says she has something to read at the internet.
Internet?
The internet.
Internet in this village. Okay.
Yes, some people have access to internet, and other children are learning online. But majority of the poor families can't access the internet, but few of the rich can access it.
You are right.
Despite the essential need for internet, many girls below ages of 25 years do not have any access to the internet. And those who are able to access the internet are often encountered with cyber violence, harassment, and abuse.
Ye bannange kumwe mwenani ali akozesa computer.
Shogereko. My father pays for computer every term, but you only have one computer in one entire school, and computer lessons are always a tumble.
Mwekangasi, I always hide my phone kubanga ne bankwata.
Who gave it to you?
Paul my boyfriend. Yes, I have.
Mother Mary is virgin. You have already lost yours. Yes. Oh, Sandra, you are here. Let me tell you. You see these girls here. Banange. They have told me that you have been with Peter since morning. That you told your mom you were going for education. You went to Peter. What were you doing with Peter? Sandra, you will get pregnant. You will get pregnant. Yes.
Instead of reading your books, I had gone to Uncle Peter's place to check on the work they sent us.
Oh, Labia, stop telling lies about your friends.
Yes.
You and I most stupid, so I'm telling bad. You know my father is becoming a liar to the entire house.
How?
Yes, a liar. He even told me that I'm going to get married.
Married?
He told me that during this COVID season.
So what? So what?
And to make matters worse, I'm getting married to Amsa.
You are talking about the slum Why don't you inform the police?
Me? To call the police? My dad will kill me.
No, you are lying. Why don't you talk to your mother?
They're all the same. Even she sometimes speaks money from
Well, I have a solution. Call this child protection unit. And the number is
1. Yes.
1.
What are you doing here? Where have you been? If I ever see you with these people again.
We know you want to have married. We know that.
If I ever see you with these stubborn girls, I will beat you.
She should decide.
She decides.
Yes, she decides.
Fellow girls, talking to one person will not be of help. Instead, I remember we have a village meeting next week, and we should go and attend that meeting. Yes. That to address on our matters as girls. So, when we go, what are we going to tell to those girls? What are we going to tell them? Daniela, what are you going to tell those girls in the meeting?
I think we should say, our dear parents, do not get your young girls married just to get some money for dowry. Because it will destroy their lives and it will ruin their future. Girls, do not get married early. You should say no to early marriages. And if forced, you should contact the police or the child protection unit.
Yes. Ate n'ekirala temwambala buntu mwambala engoye ezibabika amavivi mubeera abawala ab'ekitiibwa.
Girls, you are change makers in the world and you spread good and growth all around the world.
And technology has played a very big role. In fact, no. I'm going to address on new people, on girls, on how to live in the community. Yes. And the government should do something on how to in fact, the government should do something to introduce technology to girls, to us girls, such that those boys have phones, non-so?
Yes.
We should also acquire phones.
Yes.
Such that whenever we need something, we can access technology and we can read the technology. Yes.
Right.
By the way, the meeting. Don't forget it.
Yes.
Let's wait for the meeting.
Let's
go.
Let's go.
I have to go home.
Simire, simire,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, simire,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, ojo gambirota,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, ab'omugalo kampulire,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, bojo simire,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, bojo simire,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
oyo mirota,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, oyo gambirota,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, oh,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, oyo gambirota,
ebigambo bindaiwe,
simire, simire. bojo gambiro ebigambo binaiwe bojo gambiro ebigambo binaiwe bojo gambiro ebigambo binaiwe bojo gambiro ebigambo binaiwe ebigambo binaiwe ebigambo binaiwe ebigambo binaiwe
Ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe. Ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe. Ebigambo bindawe, ebigambo bindawe, chai 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 soma bwire kali somera mwana soma bwire
Yoweri, yowe dola, yoweri, samba samba sambien dola, akiki samba genden dola, bojo kiki samba genden dola, oh hey dola, samba genden dola, boyo samba sambien dola, bojo akiki samba genden dola, bojo samba samba genden dola, bojo akiki mujek sambien dola, oh samba genden dola. Oh, akiki samba samben dollar. Oh, akiki samba tenden dollar. Oh, hey, ha, hey, samba say, hey, dana samba say, samba samben dollar. Oh, you samba tenden dollar. Oh, akiki samba samben dollar. Akiki samba samben dollar. Oh, akiki samba tenden dollar. Samba samba sambien dollar, samba samba genden dollar, oh samba sambien dollar, genden dollar, see. sambindolo. Oh, samba sambindolo. Samba samba sambindolo. Oh, sambindolo. Samba samba sambindolo. Hey, 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 dolo. Boy, samba. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Boy, boyo samba sambiendola, boyo samba samba sambiendola, boyo agigi samba sambiendola, boyo samba samba sambiendola, boyo samba samba re, boyo.
All right, thank you very much.
A very big thank you to the entertaining team, our young people. And today we are talking about She Decides, and I'm glad to see that the majority of the team that has entertained to us today is really the young girls. So a very big thank you to you. A very big thank you to UAF for bringing us together today. Also big thanks to the Power to Youth team, the Girls Not Brides Uganda team, Rising Teenagers, and all the partners who have made this event a success. My name is Jocelyn Komohangi. I work as a programs manager with EAC. EAC, like I had earlier said, is Partner C on the Power to Youth program that we are running together with UAF. So at this time, without wasting any more minute or second, as we are closing, I would like to invite Anneli Areska, a representative from the Swedish Embassy, to come and talk to us as she closes this event officially. Anneli, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for still being around. I was told there is better light up on the stage. So let me go up on the stage so I can see you all clearly. So yes, young people, people that are young at heart, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you here physically, but also everyone online. For you that don't know me, my name is Anneli Areskar. I'm working with the Embassy of Sweden as a program officer for sexual and reproductive health and rights and gender equality. I'm very honored to be here today to give remarks on behalf of the Embassy, but then also closing this very important event. And I want to give out a big thank you to She Decides and all the partners behind this event, and also the great entertainment team that we have seen all through. And I'm very happy to see the young people and listen to them during this half-day event. And I would say that it's always inspiring to meet with young people. As many of you already know, Sweden was in 2016 declared as the world's first feminist government. And that implies that we actively strive for gender equality in all our engagements, with the aim of ensuring that women and girls and men and boys have the same power to shape society and their own lives. We are convinced that gender equality, as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights, are foundations for sustainable development. Sweden is also a proud supporter of the She Decides movement and the global partnership Girls Not Brides. I know that I will, during my remarks, repeat a few things that have been said during the day, but I think it's worth repeating because we need to understand, we need to be clear on the situation on the ground and the seriousness that the Ugandan girls and young women are actually experiencing. So the year 2020 was meant to be a milestone year for gender equality. Instead, progress has reversed. And COVID-19 affected everyone, but in particular impacted already discriminated against groups, still predominantly women and girls. One of the most serious consequences was that gender-based violence became a shadow pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic affects women and girls and men and boys differently because of gender norms and pre-existing inequalities, discrimination, and beliefs. And the scale of this pandemic especially affects girls and young women in all aspects of their daily lives. Their safety, well-being, education, economic security, health, nutrition, and access to technology. All pre-existing inequalities are made worse or have been made worse by COVID-19. In Uganda, as we have heard during the day, the pandemic, the lockdowns, and the closure of schools has resulted in an increasing number of unwanted pregnancies, teenage pregnancies, unsafe abortions, and limitations in access to sexual and reproductive health and rights services and information for adolescents and youth. Early childhood marriage is on the rise, as poverty caused by the pandemic has forced families to marry off their daughters to help alleviate financial burden. Many girls are also having to enter the workforce at a young age to help provide for their families. In some communities, girls are forced to take on much of the domestic work at home, keeping them from seeing their friends and joining community building activities. When schools reopen, many of these girls might not go back. While the pandemic has accelerated the use of digital platforms for learning, earning, and connecting, many people have been left behind, and the digital divide has grown even bigger. Many below the age of 25 still do not have internet access at home, but the gender digital divide is about more than connectivity. Girls are also less likely than boys to use and own devices and gain access to tech-related skills and jobs. Girls living in rural and humanitarian settings with limited access to electricity also have no access to internet connectivity. The gender digital divide is an inequity and exclusion gap across geographies and generations that must be addressed. Only by addressing this can we usher in a digital revolution for all. We do not want to focus too much on the challenges, and I think during the day we have also seen and discussed a lot about the opportunities. And today's theme has been Digital Generation, Our Generation, positioning adolescent girls and young women in Uganda to re-up from the benefits of the digital revolution. ICT has the potential to alleviate some of the barriers faced by girls and young women. This includes illiteracy, poverty, time scarcity, hindrances of mobility, and cultural and religious taboos. Equipping girls and young women with digital skills open up countless of opportunities for increased agency and voice. Websites and mobile applications on health and legal rights, for example, can help girls and women make informed decisions to safeguard and care for themselves and their families. Online social networks and digital communication allow girls and women to disseminate information and share knowledge beyond their immediate community. The world becomes smaller and our social networks become bigger. Mobile learning opportunities, from literacy apps to massive open online courses, including comprehensive sexuality education, can open up new educational pathways and with that opportunities, especially for the out-of-school girls. Digital skills are no longer optional, but rather essential, like skills required for full participation in society. They are crucial for ensuring girls and young women's safety, both online and offline. They increase their ability to participate and engage more actively in communities as well as politics. They enable young women to enter into the labor market. However, during the last years, concerns about gender-based violence online have gained wide recognition as a growing and alarming phenomenon. It is used to attack, oppress, and silence women and girls and LGBTI persons in private and public spaces. Digital platforms are on one hand new arenas on which girls and women experience violence, and on the other, it may also change the ways in which girls and women respond to violence. Online gender-based violence needs to be tackled, and girls and young women need access to tools for digital security to protect themselves. Innovation and digital solutions play a key role in many of the development projects and programs supported by Sweden in Uganda. Multiple digital platforms and applications have been developed by our local and UN partners to increase access to legal aid and SRHR information and services, as well as initiatives of empowering rural communities, especially women and youth, to use digital innovations and technology that can unlock sustainable change in livelihoods. Innovations has especially played a key role in ensuring continuity of service provision during the pandemic. Sweden is committed to continue to support innovations and scaling up in close collaboration with the government where possible to increase sustainability even beyond the pandemic. I commend the Ugandan government for showing commitment to promoting gender equality and eliminating gender-based violence by reforming domestic laws and policies. Uganda do also recognize that digital skills are essential skills, and they show commitment to continue to empower girls with digital knowledge and skills. We have over the years also seen progress when it comes to the digital infrastructure and connectivity across the country, and we are seeing an increased interest by government to use digital platforms and other digital solutions. But much more can still be done to assure that adolescents and young women gain from the digital revolution and are fully able to contribute to society. There's also a need to think of ways to better include marginalized groups, hard-to-reach areas, and girls and young women with disability in this revolution. All our consorted actions and everything that we have discussed here today are required to close the gender digital gap and leverage the power of technology to advance girls' and women's education, leadership, and equal future. Many recommendations have come out of this day. Now it's all our responsibility to act on them and bring them forward. Sweden is committed to continue to be a frontrunner when it comes to gender equality and SRHR globally and in Uganda. We will continue to work in partnership with the government of Uganda, civil society, other development partners, and the communities. Together, we share the responsibility to deliver for the girls here today and for the future generations of Ugandan women and girls to come. With those words, I want to end these remarks and end this very important day and the discussions that we have had. And I want to say thank you for inviting me, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Aneri, for giving us those closing remarks. And as soon as we get the closing remarks, then I think she has already declared the meeting closed. Wishing you the best of your day, and thank you very much. Feel at home, and administrative issues my colleagues are handling. Otherwise, thank you very much for being part of us. As Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum, we are really very grateful and humbled. We are proud of Girls Not Brides. Power to youth, raising teenagers, and all the partners that have supported and made this to be possible. Thank you very much. Have a blessed afternoon.